So, who do want to have my introduction into English, in the English language? Okay. And Per, you also would prefer it, right? So, but still, do you know where Milan is?
Here in a minute. I would also have to change the slide, if you don't mind. Just 1 second.
Okay. Is it a surprise piece now?
No, it's not a surprise. It's just a little correction. And I'm already done.
Okay. I'm very grateful to the Kunstverein team, especially to Milan, who took the initiative, saying we should team up with the Hanne Darboven Foundation and the Kunstverein and use that very specific space for a symposium, but also later on for an ongoing cooperation between these two organizations, having contemporary artists using this space and other spaces for an exhibition. And as I said, I'm very, very grateful to Milan taking up that initiative and organizing that. So that's the whole Kunstverein team. My name is Christoph Seibt. I'm here today as the chairperson of the Hanne Darboven Foundation, but most of you know that I'm also active in the Kunstverein, as quite a number of people. I would like also to introduce you to 3 or 4 people who are very close to the Hanne Darboven Foundation and make that all possible. First is Esther. She just arrived. Esther Sarai and Wolfgang Betz. Could you wave your hand? These are my 2 colleagues in the executive board of the Hanne Darboven Foundation. Esther is a gallerist in Hamburg with a drawing room, and Wolfgang is a famous, world-known gardening architect in Hamburg, and having also an art collection himself. The next persons I would have loved to introduce you to Esther Döring. She is working on the catalogue Raisonné. She works with Sprüt Magers. Unfortunately, she's ill, but it would have been quite an event for her also. We are very pleased to have Andreas here, Andreas Schleicher-Lange from Sprüt Magers. We have started an exclusive cooperation with Sprüt Magers, which is very fruitful and very friendly. So, not the normal gallery, collector, foundation, estate type of relation. So Sprüt Magers is very special. We are very thankful for that. And Sprüt Magers is also helping us doing the catalogue Raisonné and helping us in administrative works. You are in one of the, I would say, numerous buildings which are owned by the Hanne Darboven Foundation. The Hanne Darboven Foundation was founded 2000 at a time where Hanne Darboven was still alive. You know, it's probably a short overview, but hopefully everybody knows a bit. She was born in 1941. By coincidence, not here at that place or in Hamburg, somewhere else, but in Munich. But still, I think she is a full-blown Hamburg person. She lived most of the time here. She went to HFBK in Hamburg in 1962, got her art studies here in Hamburg, and she went over to New York in 1966. That was, of course, a very important time for her, meeting other artists of the minimal and conceptual art, and she had that relation since then, since '66. She went back to this place, and she lived here on until her death in 2009. She died here in the building across the courtyard, and we will have the opportunity to go through the houses, to the atelier, atelier and living houses of her. This compound and the house we are in, that was the latest acquisition the foundation did in 2012. This house was originally built in 1910 by a Hamburg tradesperson called Brinkmann, and he sold that 1935 to Cäsar Darboven. Cäsar Darboven was the father of Hanne Darboven. Cäsar was married to Kirsty, a Danish lovely woman, seems to be. Everybody loved Kirsty. And they had 3 daughters, and Hanne was the middle daughter, very close to her mother. They lived in this house since until 44, because the father had the Darboven cafe business, and the factory in the harbor was bombed and destroyed. And he has sold this building, so the family building, just after the war to the city of Hamburg, and moved into the farmhouse just next to it. So this building was owned by the city of Hamburg and was used as a children's home, an orphanage place. And I do sort of quiz with 2 things. The first quiz is, how many children do you think lived in that house? Have a guess, Sasha. 20. Not bad. Another, you haven't seen the house, right? So it's 3 stories. 30, even better. Not that much, but 100. So 100 plus, like I think 2 persons responsible for them. So I would guess 102 in this place. This was used, and if you see the film by Julia, she was saying, that's a children's home. Because at that time they were living across the street, that was across the courtyard, that was the children's home where all these children lived. The children moved out in the 70s, and it was used for so-called immigrants, German immigrants from Russia and other places, and was not used anymore in 2010. It was totally rotten, and the city tried to sell it, and the Hanne Darboven Foundation bought it. And we renovated it. It was very costly. It's planned to be a documentation center and to have symposium like today. So I'm very grateful that we had now our 3rd symposium. So it's not the first one, but it's the 3rd one, but it's the most important one, I can say. So thanks very, very much. So what else? So what we see on the compound is basically this old farmhouse, which was the family house for Kirsty. She was raised there, and all the family life started there. And then, because she worked, she put up every house and built up houses like this. For example, the Tower House was built in 1972, and it got filled up until her death. What we are seeing is basically the status as of her death in 2009. The second quiz question is, how old is the house, the farmhouse? Have a guess. You can't be wrong. 1650. I would say also not bad, but it's older. It's from 1497. So it's now 528 years old. So that comes with a number of problems for a foundation, but it's part of it, and it's part of the beauty. And the latest building, which was constructed and not by herself by hand, but like planned, is the magazine house there, where is a studio, but besides underground, there is the storage, climate storage of her works. So that's basically the building. That was the introduction, so you get an idea what we are doing. We are doing basically trying to organize exhibitions, helping academics in their works on her, together with Ruth Magers, as I said, greatly supported by them. And hopefully we are trying to organize academic events here and having exhibitions with contemporary artists, now in conjunction with Kunstverein. Thank you again for coming, and hopefully we have a great day. And thanks to Mila.
Maybe we'll just wait a second while we get the speakers settled. Everybody who wants to come in now?
Otis greift das Mikrofon. Hört man auf dem Stream? Ja. Thank you, Christoph, for this really lovely introduction and for opening my eyes to this place. Also, I remember it was a cold winter morning when we came here the first time, and you already had big dreams of what this place could be, and I'm very excited for the journey and look forward to everything that is to come. We're here today to mark the beginning of a multifaceted long-term collaboration between the Kunstverein in Hamburg and the Hanne Darboven Stiftung. The Symposium, Hanne Darboven's House, is a type of introduction, an initiation ritual, a moment to think and reflect about where we are, what the space offers, what it could mean as a place. Darboven's residence for most of her life was in the old farmhouse across the way from here. The family sold this house, as Christoph just pointed out, to raise money to restore their factories after the Second World War. It's interesting for a number of reasons, not least because it's fragile and elusive, rarely visited, and a testimony to the severity of Darboven's life and practice as a type of Kulturgeschichte of its own. When I'm asked what it's like, I usually reply, it's a version of the 20th century. To those that haven't had the chance to go, it's an extremely wide-ranging collection of objects that become oddly personal, displayed in what I can only describe as an extremely undomestic style, works of Darbovens and objects sprawling throughout the house, floors, walls, and ceilings. For anyone who would like to get a tour, we're trying to get as many people through today. Please get in touch with Martin Karcher. Because of the fragile nature of the house, we can only have about 3 people in at a time. There will also be other occasions next year, or you can get in touch with the Stiftung if you have a chance to visit on your own. Yes, there are many tours throughout the day. One key to understanding the progression of Darboven's collecting habits is her vest, which you see here to my right. Jörg Weil, her longtime assistant who's here today, told us on one of our many visits that once the jacket was full of brooches, it was considered completed. Darboven placed the vest on a mannequin, never to be worn again. It was decommissioned, its use value suppressed, and it was fossilized. By this logic, one room after another was filled, and once complete, Darboven would expand the building with an addition, new rooms for new epochs of her life. Perhaps the calendar, which I know that Sam will be speaking about shortly, which appears again and again in the house, serves as a careful reminder of the disjuncture between time as structure and time as experience, and the house becomes a material index of the intersection between Darboven's cosmology and lived experience, irreducible to individual parts. It proposes that information and materiality exist in a kind of unity and form a perpetual program. My suggestion here would be that we look towards how writing turns object, a kind of methodological transubstantiation, and how the house ultimately is a kind of material autofiction. The last building was begun towards the end of Hanne Darboven's life and sits to our left, and while she planned to continue, she would never have a chance to move in. With that being said, I'm very excited to introduce this afternoon's program. At 2 o'clock, Kirsty Bell will look at Hanne Darboven's house through the lens of Gaston Bachelard's, quote, "To write a room or read a house," and situate Darboven's house here in Rönneburg between the diaristic and what Darboven called the cosmopolitische global, while contextualizing the house amongst other artists' houses. At 3 o'clock, Elke Bippus, who worked with Hanne Darboven, will look at Darboven's work as the intersection of autofiction and a systematized way of thinking. At 4 o'clock, there's a coffee break. At 4:30, Sam Lewitt will be today's last speaker and will look at the materialization of the temporal, the calendar, both as system and grid, taking the house as a type of compass to the cultural particularity of this region's cultural and colonial accumulation of wealth. At 7 o'clock, Matthias Taubel will cook asparagus with new potatoes, fresh peas, and a Cherville mousseline, and there will be a music program by Chess Club. At 10 o'clock tonight, Kumba Samba and Gretchen Lawrence, as New York, will play a concert before Chess Club rings out the night. Here my thanks goes to today's speakers, Paula Stoica, Kirsty Bell, Elke Bippus, Sam Lewitt, as well as Sung Chue and Mathilde Gidaligidi, who won't be speaking today, but were part of the conversations leading us to where we are now. I would also like to thank Kumba Samba and Gretchen Lawrence, Chess Club and Amanda Weimar, the DJs who will be playing tonight, and Matthias Taubel. My thanks goes to the Hanne Darboven Stiftung, to Christoph Seid in particular, and Jörg Weil for opening my eyes to this place. I'm also very grateful to Philips Auctioneers that have supported us generously, and here in particular to Tobias Siertel. Thank you, Tobias, for the support and for our many years of friendship. Our thanks also go to Donkey, who collaborated to make this day possible. Finally, I'd like to thank the team of the Kunstverein, Martin Karcher, Sarah Plochel, Linda Epp, Otis Douceur, Christian Becher, who's outside, and Robert Görs, who all worked tirelessly to make today public. Finally, I would like to introduce our first speaker of today, Paula Stoica. Paula Stoica is an assistant in the art history department at the University of Basel with Professor Dr. Markus Klammer since August 2022. Her dissertation project examines Hanne Darboven's artistic practice as aesthetic practice as a means of constituting the self within the context of a late capitalist society. In her lecture, Stoica examines the 1970s writing practice of Hanne Darboven as an intervention in existing hierarchies of knowledge. Departing from Darboven's statement, I am woman, Hanne, from 1970, writing woman into illegibility serves as a form of deconstruction that exposes the instability of gender and thus categorizes that organization, or better yet, produces our knowledge about the world. Stoica argues that Darboven's contradictions and conflicts effectively create a rupture in established knowledge, functioning as epistemic interventions and ultimately qualifying her writing practice as a subtle yet impactful political project developed in relation to both the 1970s patriarchal art world and the feminist efforts it sparked. Welcome, Paula.
I don't know, are we ready to start? Yeah, okay, great. Good morning from my side as well. Thank you, Milan, for the kind introduction. It is a pleasure to be here and share my latest research with you. My presentation today is based on an article that I recently wrote about Darboven, and I kind of had to condense my arguments, so yeah, I hope it's still easy to follow. So I'll dive right in. I am a woman writing Hanne. These words go back to a letter that the German conceptual artist Hanne Darboven sent to the American curator on February 26, 1973. The letter begins with Darboven's vague response to a postcard Lippard previously sent inquiring about her next visit to New York. Subsequently, Darboven addresses what appears to be a long-standing disagreement between the two correspondents, and I quote, "And Lucy, do what you do and want to do. I do so. Acknowledge the differing opinions between the two, indicating Darboven's respectful acceptance and even support of Lippard's. They also emphasize that the artist remains steadfast in her own views." Additionally, Darboven reminds Lippard that she already expressed her stance in a letter back in November 1972. After reaffirming her position by stating, and I quote, "Art is art, a man, a woman, Darboven concludes her letter with the emphatic words, "I am a woman writing Hanne." So only at this moment it becomes clear that the letter focuses on the burgeoning feminist movement in the 1970s art scene, which Lippard was spearheading. So it is only at the end of the letter that we encounter the reason for Lippard's and Darboven's differing opinions. But more interestingly, Darboven's letter and its poignant closing words effectively position Darboven in relation to the feminist efforts in art in the US and in relation to the patriarchal structures that necessitated them in the first place. What's more, these words suggest that writing itself qualifies as Darboven's own mode of dealing or reacting to both the burgeoning feminist endeavors and the male-centered art world. I argue that these words, or more precisely, this statement, should be regarded as Darboven's own stance towards the polarized situation in these progressive circles at the beginning of the 1970s, which implicitly asked, or perhaps also explicitly, but yeah, asked women artists to take sides, either to join the boys' club and play by those rules, or engaged in the newly emerging feminist efforts. Through her writing practice, as I will demonstrate, Darboven chose to chart her own course while remaining in dialogue with a feminist agenda, contradicting the artist's disavowal that women's issues, as she calls them, were no concern of hers. In fact, this conversation between Lippard and Darboven appears to have emerged in the context of the preparations for Lippard's final number show, which featured Darboven along with 25 other women artists working in conceptual art at the beginning of the 1970s. Launched at the California Institute of the Arts, short CalArts, on May 14, 1973, entitled Circa 7,500, after the population of Valencia, California, its inaugural location, this all-women traveling show was the first show to merge a feminist agenda with an experimental curatorial style, and holds therefore a significant position in the history of the politically inflected conceptual art. Moreover, Darboven's engagement with women's issues may have begun in 1972, but it has certainly not stopped then. It can be traced back in her correspondence, works, and particularly in her participation in feminist and women-only exhibitions, at least until 1999. That is, in at least 7 women-only or explicitly feminist exhibitions such as What is Feminist Art? That took place in 1977 at the Women's Building in LA, which is a renowned feminist center in LA. And these encounters have been mostly overlooked by the research conducted on Darboven's work so far. But let's return to Darboven's closing words and ask the obvious question. Why should we give so much importance to a sentence that Darboven wrote to a friend in a letter in 1973, even though this friend was the feminist curator Lucy Lippard? So first, we need to address the idiosyncratic status of the correspondence in Darboven's practice. And there are some strong indicators that the artist was interested in blurring the distinction between writing a letter and writing a piece of art, and thus between what can be regarded as the private and the public sphere. And what's more, Darboven has not only published her correspondence with family, friends, and professional network, but also incorporated the same quotes from various literary works in both her correspondence and art practice. And we can also find similar visual strategies in her artistic practice or in her artistic work and correspondence alike. An example from the Busch-Reisinger Museum of Harvard University illustrates the letters in between status convincingly. The portfolio of 16 sheets, a gift from Lewitt to the museum, displays a letter and the indices for a piece that Darboven worked on in 1974. All 16 sheets are framed, whereby no distinction is made between the letter and the indices, both of which are classified as ink drawings. And here you can see on the right-hand side the first page, which intertwines conventions of letter writing, like the address "Dear, Dear Soul," like the mentioning of the date and place where the letter was written, with a description of the work Darboven was engaged with at that moment. And the page number 4, which you can see on the left hand side, shows the moment of transition between the letter and the indices. So while the decision to frame them, all these 16 sheets, as a cohesive body of work was most likely Lewitt's, it nonetheless demonstrates the letter's ability to serve as both art and correspondence, leaving the classification up to the recipient. Conversely, and perhaps more interestingly, Darboven chose to present her magnum opus, Schreibzeit, or writing time, as a piece of correspondence of sorts by addressing it to everyone. Also, Darboven included her name and home address, thus opening up the possibility of engaging in a dialogue with the recipients of her work. This gesture of explicitly addressing her thousands of pages of Schreibzeit to everyone draws attention to how writing letters functions as a way of constituting the self, or the an I, in the very act of presenting oneself to, and thus anticipating an interlocutor, a you. And indeed, writing letters has already been acknowledged and used as a technique of forming the self in Greco-Roman antiquity, as Michel Foucault demonstrated in 1984. So following this, with her statement, "I am a woman writing Hanne," Darboven effectively presents herself and thus insists on being perceived as a woman writing within the context of the 1970s feminist struggles against the patriarchal art sphere. The asterisk above the word writing leads to an addition that Darboven included between the two columns of her 1973 letter to Lippard. This addition reads, "Did you not know this before? No explanation, no." So this sentence conveys Darboven's closing words an uncompromising tone, while also emphasizing that her position on the matter is represented by her writing practice alone. So if we agree that the words, "I am a woman writing Hanne," serve as a statement positioning Darboven in relation to both the feminist efforts in art and the male-centered art world, then we also need to acknowledge the consequences, because this statement introduces a new perspective on Darboven's writing, which impacts her writing based of overall, and therefore requires a rereading. In this talk, I will stay within this initial context and explore the statement in relation to Lippard's women-only show circa 7,500 and the work Darboven initially meant to exhibit there. I want to begin by emphasizing the stakes of this statement by showing you the letter from 1972 that Darboven refers to in her later dispatch to Lippard, because this leaves little doubt about the importance of writing as a political strategy. And here you can see the letter in question, and I want to draw attention to a passage in which Darboven addresses the issue of gender, likely among the very first times, and links it to her writing practice. The passage reads, "Because I am a woman, I do fight for man. I don't have to fight for being a woman because I am a woman. I do fight for man. Art is a piece of work. Not every piece of work is art. But what else can art be than art? I don't fight no more, I write." So what makes this paragraph particularly noteworthy is that Darboven establishes here a nexus between art, the gender binary, which is the very framework of second-wave feminism, and her writing practice, while also underlying that her writing practice is linked to a fight she has given up in favor of writing. Darboven revisited this statement in her writings and interviews at least 5 times between 1972 and 1978, albeit dropping the reference to writing perhaps because it seemed to be obvious. These reiterations suggest that the artist believed her perspective on the matter was best expressed by this statement and its slightly modified versions. And I've brought here an iteration from Schreibzeit, which is dedicated to Simone de Beauvoir. De Beauvoir is one of the many prominent figures Darboven turns to in her Schreibzeit transcription, and also one of the very first ones. And here the artist transcribes large parts of Ali Schwarzer's 1976 interview with Simone de Beauvoir, which was published in the Hamburg-based journal Der Spiegel. In this interview, entitled "Das ewig weibliche ist eine Lüge," so the eternal feminine is a lie, the two feminists talk about the status of the women's liberation project, about marriage and motherhood, as well as about financial independence as a first step towards women's emancipation. Following this, Darboven comments on it with these lines: "I don't fight for being a woman because I am a woman, a human being. I do fight for being a human being because I am a woman. I do fight for men, human beings, men, because I am a woman, a human being. I don't fight for being a woman, etc." So Darboven adds human being to the terms woman and man, thus not only widening the scope of the argument, but more importantly, also revealing that the fight should aim at the more inclusive status, human being. And the fact that the argument is based on 3 circular statements strung together by repetition somehow leads to a confusion of the notions or of the categories woman, human being, and man. This confusion manifests itself in the structure of the argument. By parallelizing the 3 circular constructions, each initiated by the words "I don't fight" or "I do fight," and each revolving around the terms woman, man, and human being, Darboven inevitably suggests an equivalence and thus interchangeability between these categories. As a result, on the one hand, the categories of woman and man are rendered irrelevant by their very interchangeability, and on the other hand, interchangeability eliminates these categories in favor of the gender-indifferent human being. And still, Darboven's emphasis that she's a woman seems to imply that there is a privileged, or that this is a privileged position in waging this fight. And I will return to this later. For now, I would like to go back to the passage. Oh, sorry, there's a minor issue with computer. Okay, I would like to go back to the passage. But what else can art be than art? Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm a bit confused. Okay, let's stay here. Yeah. I don't fight no more, I write. Because it further touches upon art's limitations to serve this fight, which leads Darboven to abandon fighting in favor of writing. In addition to raising doubts about whether Darboven considers her writing to be art, these lines pose questions about the political impulse linked to the fight under these circumstances. Has it vanished in Darboven's shift from fighting to writing, or has it been redirected in her writing, potentially as a more fitting means for waging this struggle? This necessitates first an exploration of Darboven's concept and practice of writing, and second, a consideration of the context in which this writing practice emerged. So let's start with Darboven's notion and practice of writing and return for a moment to the statement, "I am a woman writing Hanne," because I believe that it helps clarify Darboven's idea of writing. And if we look at the verb writing, we notice that it is in the present continuous tense, introducing some significant implications. To begin with, it showcases Darboven's view of writing as a continuous pursuit. Writing is presented as an ongoing process rather than a means to an end, such as writing poetry or writing a conceptual work. This understanding of writing as a perpetual activity, not directed towards a specific product, corresponds to Roland Barthes' notion of writing as an intransitive verb. The writer is, according to Barthes, and I quote, "the one who writes, absolutely." And Darboven's monumental writing-based oeuvre stands testimony to her commitment to this concept of writing, whereby the single works function as, and I quote Elke Bippus, "momentary figurations." But her letter is itself a manifestation of this concept of writing. On the second page, so on page 2, we encounter a form of asemic writing. That is writing that doesn't transport a message but underlines its graphiological dimension. This form of writing shifts the focus from writing as a means of communication to writing as an activity. The focus lies here on the interplay between corporeality, the writing instrument, the employed writing technique, or perhaps more accurately, the pattern, and the paper, whereby a more complex concept of writing emerges, one that transcends the idea of writing as merely a means for transmitting information, which corresponds to the so-called scene of writing, or Schreibszene, introduced by Rüdiger Kampe in 1991. And this has its particular or peculiar manifestation in the strategy of coping out as we encounter it in Schreibzeit. Now, if we return to the statement, "I am a woman writing Hanne," where Darboven explicitly embraces this gender identity and establishes a strong connection to writing, the main question is, how do writing and gender relate to each other, right? And the first possibility is to consider Darboven's statement as a simple description, right? The artist is a woman named Hanne who writes. The structure of the sentence suggests that the category woman acts as a reference in the writing process, implying an ongoing engagement with it. In other words, it seems that woman serves as a permanent reference in relation to which the writing takes shape. And this raises questions about the impact of writing on the concept of woman, and conversely about how writing is shaped when conducted from this gendered position. But the sentence features a performative dimension as well. It is with the writing itself that this gender identity is attributed to the I, to the subject of the sentence. This constitutive act appeals to the performative aspect in language and, most importantly, presents the writing act as the construction of the artist's subject as a woman within the act of writing. So, I am a woman writing Hanne institutes these words within the writing process. And against this background, the I, the subject, is simultaneously created in or within the activity of writing, created as a woman who writes. The performative instantiation thus presents the writing act as the constitutive force that establishes the subject, a gendered one, within writing. Let's turn now to the context in which the statement, I am a woman writing Hanne, emerged, and situate these words in relation to Lippard's show circa 7,500. A few words on Lippard's traveling exhibition. Circa 7,500 converged conceptual art and feminist impulses, albeit without being explicitly framed as a feminist show. And it traveled from Cal Arts in Valencia, California, to 9 other locations, including London, UK. The exhibit highlighted that, contrary to popular opinion, there were many female conceptual artists, while also indicating that conceptual art was especially appealing to young women artists, enabling them to establish themselves as artists more easily. And as Catherine Morris argues by drawing a parallel to video art, conceptual art was a largely experimental and thus heterogeneous and dynamic field, not yet canonized and institutionalized. It possessed no particular market value since it emphasized unsophisticated and cheap materials, and more importantly, art historians and critics had not yet intervened and excluded the contributions of women artists in their discussions of conceptual art. And I will further argue that the systematic nature of conceptual art was essential for women artists to acquire knowledge about themselves and their position within a patriarchal society, while also serving as an instrument in constituting new subjectivities. Of course, this is mirrored in the diverse subject matter and material introduced by female conceptual positions featured in the show, like Lederman Euclides, maintenance art, or Martha Wilson's cataloging of breast shapes. And here you can see some exhibition shots which perfectly captured the bureaucratic character of conceptual art at its very best. So, despite her assurance that women's issues were no concern of hers, Darboven was among the 26 women featured in this traveling exhibition. Interestingly, however, my intention to track down and closely examine Darboven's work featured in this show were met with significant obstacles. Neither the exhibition shots nor the exhibition catalog or any other documents in Lucy Lippard's papers at the Archives of American Art provide any clues apart from indicating that the work in question was a book titled 1969, 00 arrow 00. So, however, no book with this title is listed in the catalogue of Darboven's books, nor does the estate have any record of this book. So I had to choose a different path. And luckily, I found in Lucy Lippard's papers in Washington evidence that Darboven intended to submit a different work to Lippard's show. One that appeared in the 1972 spring issue of Avalanche magazine, published in New York by Lisa Baer and Willoughby Sharp. But because the magazine had lost parts of this work, Darboven had to improvise and send in the aforementioned book, 1969 00 arrow 00. Right, so you can read the passage. It says, Hanne Darboven's delay was unavoidable as she was here, and we were sending a piece that was also in New York, but it turned out the Avalanche, which had lost part of it. Charming. So her new work had to wait till she got back to Hamburg, which was just now. What I also found in Lippard's paper is a draft of her curatorial statement for circa 7,500, in which Lippard made a remarkable observation about Darboven's work that, interestingly, wasn't included in the final version. Lippard notes that the works of Darboven and Christine Kozlov are, and I quote, most systematic and unattributable to any sexual origin. The fact that Lippard discusses Darboven and Kozlov with respect to gender and retracts this observation in her final version is telling. One reason that comes to mind to explain this omission is that Lippard may have felt her argument regarding potential differences in women's and men's art was compromised. While emphasizing that, and I quote Lippard, art has no sex, but artists do, Lippard indicates that gender-based differences in art production arise from a society built on the gender binary and the oppressive and discriminatory value system associated with it. This inevitably leads to distinct experiences for female and male artists, which in turn impact their work. And yet, Lippard's observation on Darboven's work and on Kozlov's work raises a valid point that complicates my considerations regarding writing as a way of establishing a gendered subject, but also introduces a productive angle. Lippard is certainly right to say that Darboven's work eludes the mark of gender and thereby points to a rather consequential contradiction between Darboven's self-constitution within her writing as a woman writing and the simultaneous resistance of her writing pieces to being identified as a woman's work. And a closer look at the project Darboven originally intended for circa 7,500 exemplifies this convincingly. The piece, most likely an excerpt from a larger work, was printed under the title Hanne Darboven Words, without providing any contextualization. The first section covers ranges of written numerals from 1 to 44, 1 to 45, 1 to 46, up to 1 to 52. The second starts with 1 to 44 and concludes with 1 to 53. The third begins with writing out 1 to 45 and finishes with 1 to 54. The fourth starts with 1 to 46 and ends with 1 to 55, while the fifth and final section opens with 1 to 45 and ends abruptly afterward mid-counting. The sudden cut irritates and creates the impression of a contingent selection. Furthermore, based solely of this excerpt, one cannot grasp the underlying logic of the piece or its idea. So it leaves us also in the dark about how the work might continue, and Of course, as a typewritten document, it removes the personal touch and its accompanying sensuous quality, adding to the work's overall austerity and prompting the reader to concentrate on the idea. However, since it is nearly impossible to identify the idea from the given fragment, the reader is left solely with the typewritten numerals, presumably a glimpse into a larger work that remains inaccessible. Similarly, what lies beyond reach is the artist's subject, as marks of subjectivity, let alone gender, are eliminated. Gender is not discernible in the work, as there are no gender markers on the formal or stylistic level to indicate a woman's presence behind the typewriter, nor does the content address gender. So solely the description of the work to Hanne Darboven, that is, the work's authorship, reveals that we are dealing with a woman's work. Lippard is thus correct in suggesting a connection between the strong systematization and the gender neutrality presented in Darboven's work. Also, in the example discussed here, the typewriter contributes greatly to eliminating the subjective and thereby gender codes. By leaving the recipient alone with their own set of expectations, the work employs opacity or strategies of withdrawal. And by doing so, it draws attention to the categories and the accompanying value system that underpins every act of reception, and more importantly, to their limits. And what remains is a strong sense of frustration. So while the elimination of subjectivity resonates with the male-centered artistic strategy prevalent in conceptual art at that time, the neutrality in Darboven's work cannot be regarded as a mere adoption of that norm. On the contrary, it appears to be a conscious employed critical operation that rests on a contradiction. Darboven explicitly constitutes herself within the act of writing as a woman who writes, while her writing bluntly disregards any subjective component and any classification as woman's work. So despite the fact that we are encouraged to regard Darboven's writing as a woman's work, the writing itself undermines this interpretation by strongly emphasizing its self-referentiality. Thus, it rejects not only the classification as woman's work, but also any categorization beyond that of typewritten numerals arranged according to an unspecified pattern. However, one could argue that Darboven's practice might invoke the already heavily feminized administrative labor in the 1970s. Consequently, gender would be already somehow embedded in Darboven's practice of computing, typewriting, and filing, and thus in clerical work largely performed by women in the 1970s, as it is perhaps even today the case. Hence, the contradiction would ultimately prove to be no contradiction, and gender would be addressed at the level of clerical practices and their classifications as women's work within the 1970s field of work. And yet, unlike artists such as Adrian Piper, Rosemary Castoro, or Howardina Pindell, who, in addition to working as clerks to support themselves, explicitly draw on their experiences as pink-collar workers, as Anna Lewitt calls it, and incorporate instruments, materials, and techniques associated with clerical work in their artistic practices, Darboven is not particularly interested in making this form of gender labor visible in her practice. In fact, Bridget Doherty convincingly argues that Darboven's focus lies elsewhere. So although specifically addressing clerical work by confronting a life-sized armless mannequin, a stenographer, with the remarkable achievements of Marie Curie, Rosa Luxemburg, Gertrude Stein, and Virginia Woolf in Quartet 88, Darboven identifies with these remarkable women who have impacted their fields rather than with the women entering the workforce as clerks at the turn of the 20th century. So this is, of course, further supported by Darboven explicitly stating that she developed the foundational principle of her mathematical prose, which is 1 is 1 is 1, and 1 is 1 is 1, in response to Gertrude Stein's famous line, "Rose is a rose is a rose." So, without denying the reality of the workforce and the strong feminization of clerical work and its materials in the 1970s, because Darboven herself began in the 1970s collaborating with a professional typist who executed her typewritten works. And if this is the case with the Avalanche piece, it would further support and complicate my argument, of course. But nonetheless, I'd like to explore a different possibility, and this presents itself when we approach the contradictions and conflicts in Darboven's writing at face value. And this will enable us to consider them as critical operations with significant epistemological and political implications. And this leads us to the final point of my presentation, which I've dubbed "On Writing Woman and its Epistemological Implications." So, as I've shown, Darboven's writing creates a tension that might be the crux here, precisely because it establishes qua writing Hanne as a woman writing, while at the same time refusing to sustain it. So its very position between writing and unwriting woman qualifies it as a form of deconstruction supported by Darboven's continuous non-representational writing. And it is within this dynamic that writing woman initiates its unwriting as writing into illegibility that is beyond recognition. And to push it even further, writing woman introduces its unwriting and institutes the possibility of an otherwise writing. And by doing so, Darboven resonates with, or perhaps implements, what Judith Butler has stipulated about gender as both, and I quote Butler, the mechanism by which notions of masculine and feminine are produced and naturalized, as well as the apparatus by which such terms are deconstructed and denaturalized. So gender itself can act as the very possibility of its deconstruction and denaturalization. And this, of course, carries considerable epistemological implications, since it shows how unreliable categories and norms are, which are fundamental in providing, or perhaps better, constituting knowledge about the world. And as evidenced by the work that Darboven originally had in mind for Lippard's show, these tensions created within writing significantly impact the reception too, by frustrating labels such as woman's work and expectation, thereby shedding light on the limits and instabilities of categories, be it art, woman, man, and of course the accompanying value system that guides the act of reception. The significance and reach of the discussed paradoxes in Darboven's writing come into sharper relief when we consider Teresa de Laureti's argument that art itself is a technology of gender, which means that, among other technologies, art too is involved in constructing gender by presenting representations of gender. So the author makes the following more general yet powerful statement, and I quote, "In the simplest sense, it can be said that all of Western art and high culture is the engraving of the history of that construction." So, of the construction of gender. So this poignant assessment of Western art and high culture made by de Lauretis renders significant the position from where Darboven initiated the unwriting woman in her writing practice. So situated at the intersection between feminist initiatives and conceptual art, and therefore opposed to or at the margins of the mainstream art world, still largely operating within the framework of a traditional and indeed male-centered notion of art, Darboven's self-representation as a woman writing appears inevitably in sharp contrast to the predominantly male representations and constructions of gender prevalent throughout the artistic production in the West. So Darboven's positionality exposes Western and high art as a technology of gender and gender ideology. And what's more, and this is crucial in my view, Darboven's writing doesn't present a counter-representation of what woman is within her writing, therefore refusing to engage in the construction/representation of gender. Her indifference toward putting the record straight initiates a rupture that remains palpable. And to echo what Judith Butler expressed in a slightly different context, which underlines the significance of such interventions even more, and I quote, "Disrupting what has become settled knowledge and knowable reality is intervening in the nature of transformation." So following Butler, if social transformation starts with a rupture in the realm of established knowledge, which also defines what we perceive as reality, then Darboven's act of writing woman into illegibility can clearly be regarded as her own political, perhaps even feminist, project aimed at challenging categories and norms that create and validate this knowledge. So, against this background, writing is indeed a very productive mode of fighting. Thank you.
For this very insightful presentation. We now have the opportunity for asking some questions. I know it might seem a little bit too much with the microphone, but since we're streaming the event, I will have to ask you to speak into the microphone when you ask a question. Are there any questions in the audience? Sure.
Thank you, Paula, for this wonderful lecture. I'm curious because I know you've been here in the past also in relationship to the house. The mannequin figures quite often, sometimes as a kind of anonymous figure of the woman, maybe wearing a uniform, maybe wearing other forms of clothes. Marilyn Monroe is also there. There are not that many, and I'm now sort of quoting from memory, but not that many male figures within. Picasso appears,
Yeah.
Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah. They are the joggers in Kulturgeschichte.
Yes, but within the house, could you maybe speak a little bit to the kind of veering between the anonymous female figure and then these kind of highly charged symbols or icons of the 20th century?
Yes, thank you. I mean, that's a wonderful question. It doesn't touch upon my focus of the current presentation, but you're right. There is a strong gap between these anonymous women and these highly popular male figures. But the question is, I think from my point of view, the most interesting question is how Darboven acts with this, or what does she do with these figures? And another aspect which is interesting, I think, the strong contradiction between, as I said before, these stereotypical depictions of women, like the stenographer. We have Marilyn Monroe, who of course is very popular, but I mean, she's so popular that she's like acting like some kind of sign, like an icon, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I need to think about this more also in conjunction with her writing practice, because this kind of accompanies her writing practice, but of course dealing with or including found materials, which these figures are, right, adds another layer. And these are figures which were in the circuit of pop culture, right? And also in the circuit of, there were figures which were bought and sold, right? She bought them somewhere. I don't know, this is just like a path which could be productive. But from my point of view, I was, like you heard, more interested in the writing act. But yeah, thank you for the question. I'll have to think about this.
Hallihallo, thank you for sharing your research and ideas. And I am a huge fan of Hanne Darboven, really super happy to be here. But in fear of sounding banal, I never really read her writing of her name. And when I saw at the bottom, you know, when you said Hanne, of course at first I thought Hanne, but Hanne, actually, perhaps her whole work is a manifestation of a repeated pattern of her name, because the way she writes Hanne, as a German speaker, first language, I couldn't actually read it. So, you know, you've really kind of brought about a totally different idea on Hanne Darboven in my head, because all of a sudden the feminine is subversively reintroduced in the deeply banal repetition, potentially.
I mean, that's an interesting observation, and I agree that there's a repetition, of course, is the basis, right, of her artistic practice. Yeah, and I could see a connection there also to Gertrude Stein with her tautologies and repetitions. You know, that's a strategy of questioning, or yeah, it's also it works. It functions like a critical operation in her works, which also coincidentally makes them unreadable. So Gertrude Stein is famous for her unreadable works. So I mean, that's I think that's a keen observation. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Paula, for this wonderful and precise insight in Darboven's unwriting a woman. My question is, would you say this focus and explicitly positioning in this topic of gender is more focused on the 70s, or would you go, it comes again in the later world?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, all the material I've shown is comes from the 70s, right? And I mean, that was also the high phase of second wave feminism. So I guess it makes sense to put like to look into this particular period first, and maybe draw parallels to the later to her later work. But I mean, also her writing changes, right, over time. Yeah, I don't know. So for me, it was like when I stumbled across this sentence, I was fascinated, and I wanted to explore this potential which lies within this this statement, and it was like a rabbit hole, you know. And here I am, and I was a bit skeptical at first, because Darboven isn't a figure who is associated to the feminist, to the second wave feminism. But if you look at all the material, and again, the material comes from the 70s. It's there, but there, I mean, I think it still has an importance, or it is important for her, mainly because she continues to participate in women-only and feminist shows until 1999. And I mean, you told me the wonderful anecdote that you organized the exhibition. You need to remind me of the title, Reihe und Netzwerke. And it was an exhibition focused on women artists, right? And Darboven was kind enough to give you a work of hers for this exhibition, and incidentally, this work was Webstuhlarbeit. So I mean, there is something. I don't want to pinpoint it to say, okay, this is relevant only for the 70s, And I mean, the 80s are a more conservative decade. Maybe that is also a relevant factor. I don't know. I'll have to think about it, because this is really what I scratched on the surface, like the first layer, and I have to see what comes next. Thank you for the question.
If there are no more questions, then we'll be going on a break until 2 o'clock. Paula, thank you once again very much.
Thank you.
And just a quick reminder, if you plan
I think we're slowly getting to the point where we're ready to get started. I hope you had a chance to enjoy lunch. Matthias Tobo and, yeah, they're not here, but our chief architect. Kirsty Bell, who's here, is a writer and a critic living in Berlin. She's the author of The Undercurrents, A Story of Berlin, which appeared on Fitzcarraldo editions in 2022, and The Artist's House, From Workplace to Artwork, Sternberg Press in 2013. And I think that will be the book that you will draw upon today also. Bell's art criticism has been published in Frieze, for which she was contributing editor from 2011 till 2021, as well as other art magazines and exhibition catalogs, including for MoMA, the Whitney Museum of American Art, the Stedelijk, and Tate. She has taught and lectured regularly at art academies and institutions across Europe. Her next book is forthcoming with Fitzcarraldo editions in 2026, something that I'm personally looking forward to very much. And we just spoke about whether I also do a brief introduction to the talk. I think we agreed that maybe you'll do the talking and I'll do the listening. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Kirsty. The word is yours.
Thank you, Milan, for giving me the floor so spontaneously. And thank you, well, it's great to see so many people here, really fantastic to have such an interested audience. And yeah, so I have many kind of excuses that I'm going to begin with, just to give you a little bit of the context of what I'm going to talk about. Unlike many of the other speakers today, I'm not an expert in the work of Hanne Darboven. I've been fascinated in it since I first came across it, which was in the late 1990s at DIA in New York. I think it was 1996 when the whole Kulturgeschichte was being shown. But I have to admit that when I saw that, like as impressed and overwhelmed as I was by it, I was somewhat intimidated by this immersive scale and complexity. And, you know, just having a few short conversations with various other people today, I've kind of noticed that this sense of intimidation and being overwhelmed is quite a common response to Darboven's work. So even though I've always been absolutely intrigued by it, and I did write a short review of a show in 2009 in Berlin shortly after she died, I feel like I've always just kind of stayed on the edge of the pool, so to speak, like maybe dipped a toe in and never actually taken the plunge. So I have Milan to thank for kind of pushing me in, so to speak, by sending me a text in December and saying, have you ever been to Hanne Darboven's house? Which I hadn't, but I had heard a lot about it and I'd always been curious about what this entity might be. So this presentation that I'm going to give today really is just an initial foray into Darboven's work. I feel like, for me, it's an engagement that's really just at the beginning stages. And as Milan suggested, I'm going to focus on the house itself. And, you know, just so everyone knows, I have actually only been there once. I went with Milan there and Sam Lewitt, who's speaking later. We went together there in May. So, and anyone who's actually seen the house already will know that one visit is, you know, it's if you haven't seen it, it's hard to describe. If you've just been there once, then it's overwhelming. You know, you can't really figure out what it is you're looking at. So, but in this talk today, I want to try and figure out what it is we're looking at when we're in Hanne Darboven's house. Hopefully, it will be the first interpretation. I'll get a chance to look at it deeper and, you know, go in deeper. So I'm going to lean quite heavily today on scholarship by other writers and art historians, and particularly Miriam Schoof, who has written very eloquently about the role of objects in Hanne Darboven's work. I also want to thank Esther Döring, who's not here today, who is working on the Hanne Darboven archive with Esther Schipper. She was the one who gave us this very knowledgeable and rich tour of the house in May. And some of the other sources that I've really leaned on that I would really recommend everybody to look at if they're able to, if they're interested. One is the extraordinary filmed interview from 1991, directed by Walter Schmerling, when Hanne Darboven is 51 years old. It's a really illuminating interview and just chance to get a sense of what her artistic persona was. And then also there's a new film that has just been completed by the artist Julia Geisbacher that has it was made posthumously. It has quite a different sensibility, but it also gives you a really interesting insight into this kind of cosmos of Hanne Darboven's house. So I'm not going to delve into the works themselves at great depth, but more think about this kind of what this phenomenal resource might be that she left behind when she passed away in 2009. What is this artist's house, this archive, this diary in three-dimensional form? And I'm going to do this partly through comparisons with other artists for whom the house, this domestic arena, was of great significance and closely related to their artistic practice. And in doing this, I'm going to draw on the research and material from the book that I published in 2013, The Artist's House from Workplace to Artwork. And that book looked at 20 different artists. It was essentially 20 case studies of artists dating back to the early 20th century, relatively subjective handful, I would say, but all artists for whom there was an essential and interesting intersection between the work itself and the house that they lived in. And you know, since that publication came out, like more than 10 years ago, and since then I have of course come across many other interesting houses of artists. But I have to say that this house is the one where I really regret not having been able to include it in the book, because there's just so much fascinating material. There's so many aspects. You know, it really is asking for a deep dive. So also, I'm not gonna, you know, in this looking into the house, this like intimate domestic area, I just want to say that I'm not intending through that to get a kind of biographically determined reading of the work, which I think particularly in Darboven's case would be a reductive reading, but rather I want to think about the conditions for the work's production, this specific intersection of place, time, and persona that can happen in the place where the work is made. Here, you know, it's right here, which is great to think about, you know, all of this incredible body of work made right here. We're really lucky, I think, to have this proximity. So just to give you a sense of what the structure is for my talk, I also have to say it's the picture quality is super erratic. It's not going to be as beautifully presented as Paula's. I also want to say that I'm very happy to kind of give this kind of wild galloping overview as a contrast to this very precise and fine and articulate and delicately put together close reading, like close analysis of this aspect of, you know, that Paula gave us. I think that's really, you know, kind of juicy to have that contrast. Anyway, so this is going to be a little bit more rough and ready, I think, with a lot of very bad photographs that I took on my iPhone when I was going around. Anyway, so what I want to think about I'm going to begin with thinking about the house itself. There's be some repetition with things we've already heard, and think about what about Hanne Darboven herself as an artistic persona, what that might be. And then I want to look at the house, how the house was used and how we might interpret it now as the workplace where Hanne Darboven's work was made, as a repository for these kind of extraneous elements of the work, as a Gesamtkunstwerk. Does it exist is it now a Gesamtkunstwerk, now that the artist is no longer with us, sorry? Or is it a diaristic entity? Does it kind of function as a diary of her life, a kind of calendar? Or is it perhaps an anchor? Can we see it as an anchor, as the kind of Gegenpol, you know, the other axis to her wide-ranging conceptual practice? So there is, of course, going to be some overlap between these different categories, but I've used them really as a means of orientation within this cosmos of Hanne Darboven's life and work. So that's how it's going to be, and I'm just going to dive in and see where we end up. So I'm going to begin with the house. So unlike the studio, which is a specific place, the artist's studio, a specific place dedicated to the production of work, a house is a non-specific context, full of extraneous contingency. The house is a boundary between the world at large and a private centre. It's a container for the everyday and an activated environment. Gaston Bachelard says, we write a room or read a house. And Marguerite Duras says of the home, it's here where the story of our lives takes place. So what does this mean for a writer like Hanne Darboven, who claimed, Ich schreibe Zimmer voll, I fill rooms with writing? So Rönneburg, where we are now, is in the district of Harburg. South of Hamburg is a quiet suburb surrounded by fields. Well-heeled, I think, also, can tell. And in this villa that we're in right now, it was built in 1910 to 1912 and bought in 1935, along with the farmhouse next door, by Hanne Darboven's father, César Darboven. So Hanne Darboven apparently was not born here, which I just learnt, but lived here essentially as a small child. She was born in 1941. She lived here with her father, her mother, her older sister, eventually her younger sister, and the family owned this villa, lived in this villa until it was sold in 1945. My dates might be a little bit off, just so everyone knows, but more or less there. The house was sold after a fire in the company premises and the need to raise funds for the repair of what may have been a coffee roasting premises, but I've also heard that it was a Kaffee Ersatz factory, which makes sense given the wartime, like a coffee substitute production. This house was sold and the family moved into the farmhouse next door, 16th century, 15th century, very old. 1497. Okay, so just 15th century. And also just to put this time in a little bit of a broader context, there's an essay by W.G. Sebald from 2002 called The Natural History of Destruction. In this essay, he writes about the Allied bombing campaigns at the end of the Second World War, during the Second World War, and the effect that they had on the German residential population. And he you know, as the basis of his essay, he's writing about the campaign in Hamburg that happened in the summer of 1943. It was a series of raids on Hamburg, I think centered on the residential area to the north of Hamburg, that resulted in a vast firestorm that burnt for days, apparently 5 miles up in the sky, and an enormous and gruesome loss of civilian life, which he articulates in this essay in vivid detail. And here in Harburg, we're quite far away from the northern suburbs, but if there's a 5-mile high firestorm, then I imagine that might have been quite present. I don't actually know if Darboven, as a small child, lived here with her family, or if they had evacuated somewhere else. that's an open question that I'm curious about. But supposing that they're living here, I mean, those are terrifying circumstances for children, parents, you know, the entire neighborhood. In this essay that Sebald writes, which was quite controversial when it came out in 2002, he's talking about this as you know, basing this incident and describing the kind of conundrum of the inability of in post-war times of the German population to articulate or even recognize the trauma that came out of these events, and there was this kind of reflexive action of keeping quiet and looking the other way. So the family is living in the farmhouse. This house has been sold to the city, and in the post-war time it's used then as an orphanage, and kind of understandably in that period there were a lot of orphans, there were a lot of children who'd lost their parents. It was belonged to the city, and you know, interesting to think of 100 children living here, separated with a wall from the house, but really it's a very close proximity, and what that environment might have been like for Darboven, who herself was a child. You know, she was only 9 or 10 in the early 1950s. The orphanage closed at some point, I think, in the 70s, and then later, I think in the post-reunification times, post-Cold War, it was used for refugees from Eastern Europe. You know, so as isolated and pastoral and bucolic as it feels here, there was also this other sense, you know, of people coming and going, of a different kind of population to, you know, comfortable families in large villas. So that's the background about the house. And now a little background about Hanne Darboven. Again, this is repeating what most of you, I'm sure, know already. She was born in 1941 to a Danish mother, Kirsty, and a German father, Cäsar Darboven. Hanne Darboven describes her father as an Unternehmer, Jäger and Sammler, a businessman, hunter and collector. This coffee roastery and colonial goods dealership had been in his family since 1866. His father took it over in 1895, and he was then the next generation. Darboven Hanne was the second of 3 daughters, so, you know, for anybody, I'm a middle child. Anyone else who's a middle child will, you know, their ears will prick up when they hear that. But also, interestingly, there were 3 daughters. There was no male heir. I don't know if that means something or doesn't mean something, but it's interesting considering, you know, what happened to the family later. So she lived here with her 2 sisters, Großmutter and Kinderfrau. So it was an entirely female community, except for the patriarch, the Unternehmer, Sammler und Jäger. So there's a very interesting interview in this film by Walter Smerling. He's invited to have for cafe by Kirsten and Hanne. He comes over to the house, and they're having a cafe and Kuchen, and he's talking to the mother about Hanne, and she's a feisty woman. She's pretty cool, I think. She says to him, Hanne hat zu viel Intelligenz gekriegt. She's over intelligent. Und dann ist es schwer zu wissen, was man macht. You know, what to do with a child who's over intelligent. For many mothers, this would be a real problem. But I think that this is, you know, so crucial for Hanne Darboven's life that for her mother, she didn't see it as a problem. She just tried to find a way for it to be channeled. And it was channeled into music and art. She studied music also to quite a high level, but then decided to pursue art. In 1962, she went to the Hochschule für Bildende Kunst in Hamburg. And, you know, these are all of the points that are always recited when talking about Hanne Darboven's biography, because there isn't really much that happened until she moved back to Hamburg. So in 1966, she went to New York. But interestingly, this is something that Esther Döring told us when we were on the tour. When she went to New York on a ship from Rotterdam, her mother drove her in the car to Rotterdam, in the trunk of the car was a huge crate full of her works the works that she considered to be successful works that she'd made in Hamburg at the Kunsthochschule. So she was really going to New York with a purpose, taking her works with her to show them to people, you know, to be able not just to be there as a person, but as a working artist. She lived on East 90th Street and First Avenue in a 30 square meter apartment that she rented for $250 a month. And while she was there, she met Sol Lewitt, Carl Andre, Joseph Kosuth, Robert Rauschenberg, Andy Warhol. So this entire cosmos of artists, and importantly, Leo Castelli, who also features in the film by Walter Schmerling. He was to show her work throughout her life. In this interview in the film, he says he sold nothing of her work. It took 20 years for people to understand it. You know, that's so interesting. You know, this like long-term belief in an artist is very inspiring. So she's in New York, surrounded by artists, making her work, making connections, committed to the idea of being an artist. In 1968, her father dies, and she comes back to Harburg. She moves back into the family home. But when she's asked about what she did when she was in New York, she says, gearbeitet. I just worked. Ich habe mich selbst gefunden. So she discovered herself, and it was this new self that came back to Harburg in 1968. So she returns to a family home without a patriarch. The only male inhabitant of the home is gone. And during this time, oops, I have to skip ahead. Yeah, during this time, the mother and daughter develop a symbiotic relationship. As I said, Hanne Darboven's mother was very sympathetic to her life as an artist. She supported her in this unconventional life choice and her radical art production. So that was one crucial benefit, I think, that enabled her to go as far as she went. The other important thing to remember is that they were financially independent. She didn't have to consider making a living. They were property owners. They had a bourgeois life that allowed for this opting out of you know, everyday economics. So what role does Darboven play in this setup? The patriarch is absent, the matriarch has free, but this is this cafe where the filmmaker Walter Schmerling is invited for coffee, where the mother is talking about her daughter. Yes, sorry, I'm going to skip back to this. Yes, so she is dutiful, but on the other hand, she assumes this unusual personal style. She's wearing these tailor-made suits. She has this radically short haircut. She's permanently smoking a cigarette. And just in this choice of dress, it suggests that she's taking on the role of being the man of the house. If we want to talk about it in these binary terms that are probably not necessarily useful. Anyway, so she chooses this out-of-time style. She made drawings of the clothing of what she was looking for. She took it to the local Harburg tailor, and he made her 3 suits, one for summer, one for autumn, one for winter, 6 blouses, all made out of a kind of pale blue jeans-like fabric, sometimes white, otherwise pale blue, a jacket and a coat. And that was her uniform. She said she wasn't interested in thinking about like what skirt length it was currently fashionable. She wanted something where she didn't have to think about it, she just knew what to wear every day. Plus, she assumed the role of the boss within this household. She was in charge of various staff and their production. Meanwhile, the domestic aspect was completely taken care of by her mother. So within the rest of the house itself, or for Darboven herself, she didn't have to worry about it. She didn't have to think about it. And as her work expanded to fill the house, the domestic side of things got smaller and smaller and smaller. The kitchen remained entirely her mother's realm. This is the kitchen. It stayed still like that now. I mean, this is probably from probably from the time when they moved in the 40s. I'm not sure about that, also to be checked. And the domestic role, was entirely performed by her mother. Here you can see on the table is the framed photograph in the kitchen of her mother, and that's a bad picture of this sweet framed photograph. So the kitchen remained in her mother's hands until Kirsty Darboven died in 1998. And throughout these 4 decades, 1969 to 2009, the house begins this kind of organic development, becoming less and less domestic, less and less recognizable as a home, and more something else, perhaps like an office to start with. And so this is the very kind of rudimentary sleeping quarters in the main house. And this again, I don't know if you can see it, such a bad picture, but it's a very sweet image of the mother and daughter. And so this is the, Darboven in her realm, the office stroke house. So this is the first thing I want to think about. This house as a workplace, what does that mean? So the house, it's not just one house, it's an ensemble of houses. The farmhouse that they lived in, but once she moved back, she already, I think more or less as soon as she moved back, she began building additions. There was one addition built in the late 1960s called the Schwarzes Haus, where she would work on this particular black desk, and it will come up a little bit later. And then she built this other house called the Tower, which is the one with the green railing outside, which is, this one pictured here, which was finished in 1974 and pictured by Bernd and Hilla Becher in the top left there. And this house, the Tower, was actually built for her to be a self-contained living working space. There's a kitchen, there's a bedroom, there's a bathroom. She was going to move in there, but that did not last very long. And you can see what happened to the kitchen. It doesn't look like it was really used as a kitchen very much at all. And this is so interesting, this sofa like jammed up against the cupboards with that little sign on it that says bureau. That kind of says it all. And then the last building, which is this one out of the window here, was built as an archive house. Was not yet finished when Darboven died in 2009, but it was built to be used as storage for her work. So there's this shift happening from working at home to living in a studio, and this kind of unusual situation of basically inhabiting a space until it gets so full you can't move, and then you just build another one and then start from scratch. Like these waistcoats that are so appealing, where she would fill it all with buttons and then it would be finished. So the choice there is not to try and make space. You're not going to try and extract things, you're not going to reduce. It's never about reduction, it's always about accumulation. I don't think for the sake of it, but because that's what happens over time. It's realistic, it's realist, perhaps. So I want to think about this, the artist house as a place of work, and bring in the first comparative artist, which is Louise Bourgeois. Obviously a very different kind of work to Hanne Darboven's work. She's also a different generation, probably Hanne Darboven's mother's generation. She was born in 1911. And she famously lived in this brownstone on 20th Street in New York, where she'd moved in 1962 with her husband. By this time, her children, she had 3 children, 1 adopted, 3 boys, 3 children altogether. They were already grown up. They weren't living at home. In the previous house where she'd lived with her children when they were small, she'd worked on the roof, on one of these mansard roofs that they have in New York, and there she made these very tall wooden sculptures, a little bit like the skyline of New York. And it's from that time that these famous femme maison works come. She made these works in the mid-1940s when she was living with small children. And for anybody who knows what living with small children feels like as a mother, I think, doesn't need any explanation. So, but when she moved to West 20th Street in 1962, the children were out of the house, and she moved into the cellar. And here she began experimenting with latex, with plaster, with resin. And then when her husband died 10 years later, she expanded out of the cellar and basically took over the whole house. The whole house became a studio. It wasn't so much working from home as living in the studio, you know, which is also the case with Darboven, I think. Also in Bourgeois' house, every surface of the house is crammed full with materials, tools, tapestry fabrics, books, paper. Every surface is full. Later in life, she was quite elderly, very elderly. She lived to be almost 100. She suffered from agoraphobia, and she was really, all of her production came from the kitchen table. So everything that she made in the last, 10 years or so of her life was made around this kitchen table. She didn't have a mother helping her, but she had this incredibly dedicated assistant, Jerry Gorovi, who basically was an enabler, you know, did everything that she needed to be able to do to make the work she wanted to make. So this is, you know, just a kind of comparison of an idea of what it's like to work from home, what kind of work can be done from home. Of course, with Bourgeois, it was a more physical kind of work. It was making sculpture, drawing, sewing. Yes, it's very sedentary. I can't read my writing without my glasses. Anyway, so it's also, in this last period of her life, very desk-bound, is a little similar to the kind of work that Hanne Darboven was doing in her house. Except for her, the tools were paper, pencil, pen, and this important stamp, this little wooden-handled stamp that occurs in many, many works. So in 1968, she already begins to work with numbers and dates as a point of departure. Miriam Schufs again describes her appreciation for the mercantile in her date calculations, list, registers, indices, and accounting ledgers. In 1969, she begins her first written works with the script, the wavy U forms, and now she calls herself a writer. In 1970, she begins her first handwritten transcriptions. She transcribes Homer's Odyssey by hand. And here the content is the medium of writing, beyond the narrative she's copying, and the time required for this act of manual transcription, which can obviously take months to produce. It's a process-based work in which the content is transformed into experience. And the medium is crucially not language. It's not about primarily the meaning of the words. The medium is writing, which she calls writing without describing. It retains the physicality of language, but it's drained of semantic sense. It's not completely drained of semantic sense because you can still read it, but you know, there's this, and this is what was so interesting in, with Paula's talk, that if you do go into it and read just one sentence, then it can open up a whole, a whole number of questions. But Hanne Darboven said herself, "My work is registration in the sense of being. It's a working through." So it's a kind of putting down of evidence of her own existence as a daily activity. So it's desk-based, administrative-like work. They're these kind of pseudo-bureaucratic activities that exhibit diligence, they're disciplined, it's a kind of fulfillment of duty and obligation. She would work through the night, she would go to bed in the small hours, but before going to bed she would write a little note for her mother of what needed to be done the next day. And then when she got up around lunchtime, she would have breakfast, and then she and her mother would drive around in the VW Cabrio that's parked in the carport in the garden and do all of the tasks that had to be completed. And then the afternoon desk work would begin. So, again, she's taking the logic of working hours, the bureaucracy of institutions or businesses, but she's adapting it to entirely her own terms, these self-invented systems where the habits and actions are the same, but the consequences are radically different. It's this kind of Ordnung ad infinitum for the sake of the procedure. So while the activity of writing takes place at a desk, the end result is not confined to the page. It's not printed, bound, and distributed as a book primarily, although this also happens, but primarily the writing on the page is spread out in space. Sie schreibt die Zimmer voll. Ich schreibe Räume voll. She creates an index of time through this medium of writing and then turns it into a three-dimensional, room-filling kind of work. And even in the house, you can see that these pages, these frame pages are installed on the walls, on the ceiling, as we can see here. Here is this work with this is about to run out of battery, this computer. Just noticed, might be important. What's that?
It should last 10 more minutes or 15 more minutes.
Is that all the time I've got left? Oops, I better speed up. Okay. All right, so yeah, this is this quartet with the important female cultural figures. And then we come to Schreibzeit in 1975. She's working in the tower, this building that was built as a home. And here, at this moment, she inaugurates her material collection. Schreibzeit, writing time, was completed over many months. She's working at this black table in the largest, tallest studio. I can't say a lot about this work, having not seen it in real life. You have to really see these works up close to understand them, to begin to understand them. But importantly, in this work, photographs of objects were incorporated for the first time. And these objects had to go somewhere. So these objects, they found their place in the house. And year by year, this collection of objects grew. She had a handful of local, loyal antique dealers who would find things for her or bring things to her that they thought might interest her. Apparently, she bought something every day. I mean, I think she was very popular amongst these antique dealers. She also bought things from local estate sales. So she kind of cultivated these people to know what she was looking for. And you can see this in the house, there's certain strands of interest. And these objects would then be photographed and the images of the objects incorporated into works, beginning with Schreibzeit. So this other layer of reference was added to the already material aspect of the written and numerical work, which Lawrence Wiener described. He really understood her work, I think, profoundly. He said it's about materialist culture. It's not interpretation, but presentation. So the things she shows stand for reality. He says you make your own metaphor for the work. And I think that that's something that really can be seen by all of the many different simultaneous interpretations that are possible. I mean, it can hold so much. So the house is the crucible for the work. It's here that it's produced. Hannah liked to be photographed at her desk in the role of the Unternehmerin, perhaps. So, but also essential to this constellation were the staff. She had a registrar, 2 transcribers, a printer, musicians and composers who worked on the musical aspect of her work, which I won't go into at all today. There was a house photographer and a house carpenter. So she herself is she's the general controller of this organism. She's the manager and the delegator. And once a year there would be parties held by her mother, organized by her mother, held by Hannah, with Sinti musicians from Hungary playing. And another important addition, which I skipped over before, is the goats. I don't know if you can see that in this. This is actually the advertisement for the first show that she did at the Kunstverein in Hamburg in 1983. And on the invitation, there are these pictures, snapshots of her with her goats. many of you will know this already, but she loved goats. She always had a pet goat, and the goat was always called Mickey, and they lived just down behind the fence beside the new building here. The last one died in 2015, 6 years after she did.
By the way, a very political statement there.
I can't, what
In the green one. Schmidt hat eine Ziege nicht gefressen, aber Kohl. So that is Helmut Schmidt and
Right.
Kohl. Aber Kohl frisst sie.
Exactly. So there's always, you see, I'm just focusing on the goats, but there's always these several layers in each page, in each detail of the work. It's really extraordinary. So moving ahead, the house is a workplace, but it's also a repository once these objects start to be included. These objects which are incorporated in her work. So the house itself becomes like this kind of backstage, or this fundus, you know, this kind of collection of these things, and which are partly extraordinary things, you know, unusual objects like animal sculptures and taxidermy, toys, religious props, figurines and mannequins, globes, model ships, antiques, musical instruments, knickknacks. But they're also very ordinary things, coffee cups. Obviously, there's a relation to coffee with her family. You know, but there's these, again, these simultaneous differentiated layers. So there is a lot of objects. It's difficult to orient yourself within them, but they're not random. Nothing is in there accidentally, I don't think. There's a system and a logic to everything. And like all collectors, in amongst all of these many buildings, Hanne Darboven knew exactly where everything was. She could lay her hands on a piece of paper the moment you asked for it, or a particular object. And if she couldn't find the kind of object she had in mind for her work, then she would ask her house carpenter to make it. So these are some pictures of the things that she did find. Musical instruments, also important. But this is a terrible snapshot with Esther Döring giving us the tour. This is something her house carpenter made for her, for instance, like an oversized sculpture of a horse. Or, I believe, also this angel that's hanging above the desk. There was also within this very many books, so there is, in a sense, a library, but the library is dispersed, like all of the objects are dispersed. The library is dispersed amongst all of these different buildings. It's when you think of a library, you think of shelves, rows, order. There is an order probably, but it's Hanne Darboven's order. And she would have also, her carpenter would make her these very representative kind of 19th century style glass fronted cabinets. So there's this interesting shift that occurs in the identity of the house. The house fills with objects, but as the house fills, the use value of these objects empties. And another parallel meaning is foregrounded, the meaning of the objects within Darboven's own semantic system. In 1978, in the work Bismarckzeit, she incorporates an object for the first time in its installation. Sorry about the really terrible image. And then in 1983, this kind of vital work called Kulturgeschichte is first shown. Okwi and Weisor called it the black box of Hanne Darboven's work, saying that it contains every facet of her thinking. It has over 30,000 postcards in it, depicting photographs of objects selected from the studio home, so from the artist's own private rooms, as well as being exhibited along with 19 found objects and artifacts. This is the sculpture that's also in Bismarckzeit. Again, I'm not going to go into what any of this is. that's like a whole other day's worth of symposium, probably. And then in this interesting work, Milieu, from 1980, she integrated small black and white photographs that actually show the objects in situ within the house. So that gives this kind of insight into the interior, the domestic interior, which isn't actually any more necessarily domestic. So there are these extractions going on. There's objects coming in, and then there's objects going out for exhibitions and returning. So it does have this kind of fundus-like quality of being like a repository. It's storage in a way, but it's then also a studio where objects are photographed. And this is maybe a little bit of a diversion, but this idea of the repository of all of these existing objects, these found objects, made me think about the work of Lutz Bacher, who is her contemporary, born in 1943 on the west coast of America. And Lutz Bacher is an artist who works exclusively with found objects or existing materials of different kinds, reconfiguring it in constellations that also evade the original use and meaning of these objects. Oh, something's happened here, sorry. Okay. I'm not going to go into this deeply for time, but her exhibitions are wildly divergent in material. She's essentially working as a sculptor. It's a different kind of work to Darboven's, which is more conceptual, of course. Bacher's exhibitions stage an encounter with material where wildly divergent objects are brought together. They may be familiar, but their meaning has been displaced and reconfigured and refuses to offer the viewer a stable footing. And I think in this, this idea of reconfiguring objects and suggesting another kind of semantic construction has interesting intersections with Darboven. So this constellation of objects and Burgberg, does it hold meaning as a collection in total? Or do these objects only have meaning when extracted from the repository, as Bacher does with her work, and placed on the stage of the artwork itself in an exhibition installation? And this brings me to the question of the Gesamtkunstwerk. So Orqui and Wieso, again, he says that the house is the work of an encyclopedic mind. Somebody has asked him, don't you find it strange, this house? Don't you think it's a little weird? And he says, no, it's not weird. It's the work of an encyclopedic mind. I don't consider it strange at all. It's full of discoveries. And I would second that. And again, Miriam Schufs, she says, in their totality, as material references to reality, the objects constitute a cultural history of things. And just from one single visit to the house, I think it's clear to see that there are countless discoveries to be made there. There's unfathomable, there's an unfathomable source of research into deeper understanding Darboven's work. But thinking about the Gesamtkunstwerk, I want to bring in another artist comparison, and this is Kurt Schwitters, of course, born in 1887. And I want to think about particularly his great lost masterpiece, the Märzbau. So just to give you a little background, Schwitters began working in Hanover in Germany after the First World War, when there was this kind of colossal breakdown in the understanding of everyday experience as a result of the incredible losses and loss of life and damage that occurred in the first industrialized war that brought with it this sense of fragmentation. The Märzbau, this is what it looked in its final stages, but this was the site, this was where it was made. In Waldhausenstraße in Hanover, the house where Kurt Schwitters had grown up himself, moved there as a teenager with his parents. It was his parents' house. When he married in 1915, he married a cousin. They moved upstairs. So they're living upstairs in his parents' house, and in 1919, he has like one room which is his studio. It used to be his father's bedroom, and in here he's making his works. And the basis of this work is like collecting residues from the streets of Hanover, bringing them into the space, and then forming these connections between them. He's working with the material of everyday life in raw material in a very physical sense. And then he's making connections between these things. He's talking about realism, a realism made from real things, which I think is very close to the way that Darboven is working. So he's bringing these things in, he's working in his father's former bedroom, and he's making connections between these different objects, these different fragments, in this system that he calls merz. He says merz means to create relationships, ideally between all the things in the world. So in making these connections between these objects, he builds these towers. This is known as the first merz column from 1923. It appeared in the corner of his studio. And then he's making connection between these different objects, initially with string, and then he would reinforce these string connections with like wooden lathes. And then these wooden lathes would be covered with plaster, so it becomes this kind of room-filling environment. And it essentially took over, started in his father's bedroom, his studio, but then it grew and took over many other different rooms of the build of the house and kind of pushed the everyday and family life to the periphery. And so through doing this, he circumvented the claustrophobic social environment of Hanover by building a fantasy house within this bourgeois home, a private autobiographical structure concealed within the publicly respectable family homestead. The Merzbau existed as a metastasizing organism within the ossified architecture of middle-class German life. And Schwitters fled to Norway in 1937. The house in Hanover was destroyed in other Allied bombing in 1943. But when he was in Norway, and then again later when he fled from Norway to England, and the Lake District where he spent the last years of his life, everywhere he went, he was attempting a recreation of the Merzbau. This was like his work, something that he always returned to. The system of it was the point. And I think it's interesting to think about Schwitters making this kind of work in the post-First World War era as a way of trying to, I wouldn't say come to terms with, but trying to understand what this fragmentation meant. And Darboven working in Germany in the post-Second World War period, and also, faced with the enormity that suggests, inventing a system to hold it or react against it. I haven't figured out exactly what it's doing, but it's definitely doing something. She says, bei mir ist es kosmopolitisch global. Like Schwitters, hers is a system capable of absorbing everything. It's an atlas kind of situation. The objects are holders of meaning, but perhaps in the way that a musical instrument is a holder of music. They resonate once you understand, once you convince them to. They're not going to give you anything unless you give them your time. So if this is a Gesamtkunstwerk, which it may be, apropos, yes, so. If this is a Gesamtkunstwerk, then what are its boundaries and how can it be used or shown? One possibility is to remove aspects of it. This is the famous desk where she made Schreibzeit. You can see there's this raised up platform where she would open out her exercise book and perform her writing. And this in the retrospective that was held in 2016 at the Haus der Kunst in Munich and the Bundeskunsthalle Bonn. This was then extracted from the house and exhibited. The question is it an artwork? is, you know, what happens when you do that. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating. It looks fantastic, and I think it's a great insight into her work, but it kind of is hovers in this in-between space. The same with the music room from the house was also shown in that same exhibition. So it's an open question, you know, is it a Gesamtkunstwerk? What to do with it? Like, how does it have to stay together? Can you extract elements? The Hanne Darboven Foundation, which was set up in 2000, in the statutes it states that elements cannot be removed and that the works you know, have to be put back in the place that they're currently in. And as there are many original artworks also in the house, on the walls, on the ceiling, on the desks, everywhere. These have all been replaced by replicas, and the originals are now in storage. But I wonder if perhaps Darboven's whole life was the Gesamtkunstwerk, and the Burgberg was just the stage for it. And if that's the case, then is it only now that she's passed away that it's kind of final, that it's fossilized? I think you mentioned the word fossil. I think that's very interesting in relation to her work. You know, is this now a fossil of all these like sedimentary layers that she created during her lifetime? So time is clearly a central element of her work. I have two more short sections and then we're done. Is everybody still with me? Okay. If you start dropping off, then I'll speed up even more. You know, it's very, you can't be concise about Hanne Darboven's work, you know. It just doesn't allow it. Time is a central element, obviously. The day as a unit of time, the calendar as the expression of time, these particular K values that she's come up with, this kind of checksum of the digits of the day that she adds up in a particular way and calls K values. So this is perhaps one aspect of the Gesamtkunstwerk. And then so perhaps we can see the house as a diaristic entity. Within it, the passing of time is recorded or articulated through this accumulation of material objects. As it's manifest materially through her writing practice, it's also manifest through the kind of accumulation of things that just goes with an everyday life. It's very hard to resist that. So one important kind of very concise, you know, unusually concise way that this is expressed is in these Taschenkalender that she filled in from 1966 to 2009, these leather-bound pocket calendars. There's 44 of them in total, and inside them are just little notes concerning her everyday life. Sometimes they're more personal, sometimes they're just very pragmatic, dates of appointments, but every hour is accounted for. And again, these diaries are not ephemera. Like, these kind of things would be shown in, you know, other kinds of artists' exhibitions as ephemeral material. These are not ephemera. This is the work. You know, this is maybe the hardest core, the kernel of the work. It's primary artistic material. Another form is the Halbjahreskalender. These like pre-printed calendars, commercially available, very limited space. Here they're shown in the house itself. This is what they look like. But both because these, you know, not only because they're shown in the space now, but because they were filled in the space, these both kinds of calendars are intrinsically related to the place where they're filled in. This was the point of return. So what this kind of suggests is these two different time scales that are going on concurrently. And I think that this relates to the whole dilemma of interpreting Darboven's work, that there's the micro aspect of it, which is already rich, and then this huge macro aspect of it. Beneath the daily time scale is another larger, almost geological time scale that she's hinting at, which is suggested through these sedimentary accumulations of paper, of material, of objects. And what this suggests is that there is no division between the activities that constitute art and those that constitute an everyday life. The everyday has been absolutely subverted in the service of art. And this is just going to be a very brief aside, but this is also something that is very much the case in the work of Dieter Roth, an everydayness that saw all work as a kind of diary and absolutely manifest the lack of division between the material of an art practice and the material of everyday life. So these are his diaries, which have also been exhibited. They have a very different haptic quality, of course. What's happening on the pages is something else, but the ground, the basic concept about it is interestingly related to Darboven, I think. They're a little closer in generation. He was born in 1930 and died in 1988. I think there's a lot more to be explored, and perhaps there's people who have already been exploring it that I haven't come across. I'm sure there are, in fact. The intersections or the kind of commonalities between the work of Dieter Roth and Hanne Darboven. So this is where I want to conclude, which is this idea of the house as an anchor. Hanne Darboven says, bei mir ist es kosmopolitisch global. So within the enormity of that statement, which I believe is true, I think her work is kosmopolitisch global, the house exists as a still point. It implies a physical stasis and isolation which is set against this continuous temporal flow that's recorded in her works, which do function largely like calendars and mark the passing of time. And in this, I also think that she's remarkably prophetic. If you think about the fact that she died in 2009 and there's something about the understanding she had of a network that has become so manifest and visible in the interim between 2009, where the iPhone had only been available for 2 years, and now, it's like she prophesied this incredible connectivity and the sense of the overwhelmingness of information politics, the kosmopolitisch global, in fact, which is what we're living in now, I would say, our everyday lives. So within that, Amborgberg here becomes this kind of anchor. And she designated it Ubiquist, designed these particular postcards and incorporated them in. They come up in various different works. Again, my understanding of this is absolutely rudimentary, but I do know that this is a reference to the place, to this anchor. Here also in the courtyard, you can see this, the Stempel, the stamp that she had made has been built into the floor, which I love that detail. I think it's so fun. I mean, just the idea to do that, I think is so fascinating. And meanwhile, inside the house, there are these portraits of herself all over the walls, which suggests this self-reflexivity, this like mirroring aspect that's also happening. So I wonder, given this, if it's an anchor, if it's a way of providing a counterbalance to the flow of time, then what happens now when essentially the flow of time in Hanne Darboven's life has come to an end? Like, is it a mountain? Is it like a fossil? Has it become this kind of stable geological form now that objects are no longer moving in and out? It's frozen in time. And if it is frozen in time, then how do we handle it? What are we to do with it? With that comes the question of preservation, which is is a vital question and very difficult. I just want to bring in one more comparison very briefly. This is a Polish artist, Edward Krasinski. I don't know if anyone has come across him. He lived in Warsaw on the 11th floor of a communist-era apartment block. He was born 1925, 2005, died 2004. After he died, this very question has been very pertinent, what to do with this space that he left, which was a Gesamtkunstwerk. That is full of these like little arrangements of objects, these kind of surrealist, conceptualist arrangements of objects. And the most signature aspect is this line of blue tape that goes all the way around the perimeter of everything in the apartment. And with the passage of time, of course, something like this happens. You know, the tape's not sticking to the wall anymore. We're like, what to do about dust? Like, what to do about dust in Hanne Darboven's house? I mean, that, you know, is a question. So how to keep it in this static state? How to hold off the detrimental effects of time, but nevertheless keep it lively? What happens when the artist is no longer here? I have this note here. What happens when the artist is no longer here to animate and explicate the complex, overlapping, self-invented systems that it contains? But of course she didn't. She didn't articulate and explicate them. She put it there, and she left it for us to articulate and explicate. So it needs custodians and interpreters and experts to keep it alive. But on the other hand, the house itself is full of discoveries. It can cultivate custodians and experts and interpreters. Like, that's what it's doing every day, you know, just by being here. So it's also perhaps subversive as a kind of inheritance. You know, it's this very kind of cumbersome, difficult, like what to do with the inheritance. These kind of heirlooms that, you know, they're not useful. But nevertheless, it's worth preserving. So that's the end, but I also want to kind of loop back to the beginning when thinking about Darboven's childhood during the war as an underpinning of her sensibility, of her deeply political understanding of the world. So, yes, meine asketische Zahlenkonstruktionen und meine musikalische Produktion ist für jede Politik unbrauchbar. Like, that is the fundamental, most important aspect of her work. It cannot be instrumentalized by any political organization. Like, if you think about that in relation to the Second World War and the way that bureaucratic mechanisms were abused, it's a super political approach to an artistic practice and life. Geschichte wiederholt sich nicht, aber sie ist nicht nachvollziehbar ohne das Vergleiche. Eine Variante in der Wiederholung gibt es schon. Krieg ist immer Krieg. Die Ursache und die Tatsache bleibt den Krieg. And that, with that thought, which I think obviously today is very relevant, I'd like to end it. And with this, I'm sorry that was so long. If anybody has any questions, I might not be able to answer them, but I'll try. Oh, good. Thank you.
I think we should still take a moment to open the floor for some questions. If there's anyone in the room that would like to ask a question, now is the opportunity.
I've overwhelmed everybody. I battered you into submission.
Thank you for this really wonderful talk. I'm concerned with the work of Hanne Darboven, but for the first time I was intrigued by the idea that a lot of the Kinder dieser Welt and the child toys in the house might be influenced by exactly living together with these children's home, the orphanage with 100 children. next to it and seeing also the poverty, right? As I've said, 100 people,
Yes.
2 adults keeping them.
Yes, exactly. And here there's the Großmutter Kinderfrau.
I'm not, but Elke, has that been like discovered before, or has there been work on it, on this relationship between living so close? Also, next time with the immigrants, I think it started already in the 80s. People coming from Russia, from the different culture, and her political, because I think she was political, because if you see also the Oppo saying that a bad peace is always better than a good war.
Yes.
And the relations between the openness and the East politics of the Social Democrats at that time, perhaps it has all a bit together, seeing that as a neighbor, people fleeing from the East and trying to live it up. So
But there is no research, I don't know something.
yeah, me neither. So that was a good, so
I mean,
was
it's
a fantastic
many
starting
of
point for new research
many of
going
these,
into that.
You know, this opportunity brought up a lot of questions. Like in the research, it brought up more questions than answers, I would say, which is you know, always exciting. But yeah, I don't know what that. But it is interesting to think about. She was living across the wall with mother, father, Großmutter, Kinderfrau, 2 sisters, 3 children, and on this side, it's 2 adults and 100 kids. You know. Yeah, speculative.
Are there any further questions? I just like to make a comment. I really appreciated the approach of a symmetrical relationship between the environment and the artistic practice. That was really beautiful how you portrayed this, that the environment sort of creates the artist, but the artist creates the environment. That felt really touching to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much.
Then maybe we do 10 minutes of a coffee break and then we move on with Elke Bippus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On to the next talk. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Elke Bippus here, who teaches art theory and art history at the Zurich University of the Arts, where she's senior researcher in the Department of Cultural Criticism and Cultural Analysis, and with artist Mark Bauer teaches art in the BA program as well. Her research interests include modern and contemporary art, image and representation theory, performativity, artistic production techniques and processes, politics and aesthetics, and art as an epistemic, feminist, and anti-hierarchic practice. Bippus' lecture, Hanne Darboven, I Don't Describe, I Write, Scenes of Autofictional Writing and the Order of Things, approaches Darboven as a writer and collector from the perspective of the performative and autofictional, and examines her doing in terms of its significance for current art production with a focus on the potential of the system. Developed by the artist in the 1960s, which creates an order of things in which the biographical and personal are intertwined with cultural history and politics. Here, the materialized form of Hanne Darboven's system develops an affective power that writes bodies and worlds rather than describing them. Welcome, Elke.
Yeah, thank you, Milan, for the kind introduction. Also, I would like to thank you for the invitation. Although it was a challenge due to the short notice, and Hanne Darboven is not part of my current research focus, but I realized while I prepared the lecture how important her work was for me, or is still for me. It's really formed the basis for my approach to art and my thinking about art. So I'm very grateful to be part of this activity of writing itself. It is writing on paper which from 1971 onwards includes transcriptions of previously published philosophical, historical, lexical or literary text, but also daily computations, Tagesrechnungen, the word numbers, Zahlenworte wörtlich, the U-waves, U-bögen, or the numerical sequences from the system Darboven developed during her stay in New York from 1966 to 1968. In the 1970s, some critics were obviously overwhelmed by this form of writing in conjunction with a system and accordingly attributed gendered cliches to the artist's work with the intention of discrediting it. The writing was considered diligent and repetitive, an activity for a woman who knits herself through history, thus reducing world history to a household account book. In my contribution, I will examine Hanne Darboven's writing from the perspective of post-structuralist theories of performativity and reasoned discourses on autofiction, autotheory, and new materialism, as these enables a critical reading of her work methods and allow us to reflect on the understanding of subject and history that has been challenged by the artist's work, but also to highlight aspects of the work that are the subject of more recent artistic productions. The presentation unfolds in 5 parts. In the first, I will contextualize Darboven's early work within the US art scene of the 1960s. In the second, I analyze her system as a form of weaving, both literal and conceptual. The third section focuses on autofiction as subjectivization. A brief excursus will follow, exploring the process of weaving in relation to coding, which I will then thread into a discussion of contemporary artwork. Finally, I will read some of Darboven's often cryptic sentences from her correspondence to provide insight into her system and working method. Working with sketches, writing, and communication systems. In the 1960s, words, numbers, and diagrammatic structures became standard materials in visual art, shaping the visual language of the young, conceptually oriented New York art scene. Drafts and preparatory work processes themselves became worthy of exhibition. The exhibition Working Drawings and Other Visible Things on Paper Not Necessarily Meant to be Viewed as Art, curated by Mel Bochner in 1966, made this development clearly visible by exhibiting 4 file folders, each containing 100 photocopies, showed the working drafts of artists such as Donald Judd, Karl André, Sir Lewitt, Eva Hesse, and many others. In 1969, Hanne Darboven took part in the exhibition Conception, which had a similar focus and was curated by Rolf Wedewer and Konrad Fischer. In this forward, Wedewer explains that the drafts on display give rise to an art that, quote, can no longer be judged by its respective form of appearance, but similar to other communication media by its methodological possibilities. In this sense, he writes, for the draft as final form, the renunciation of a self-contained structure assigns a new role not only to the artist but also to the viewer. In conceptual art, the creative act does not result in a finished structure but remains consistently in an open processual form. In addition to this exhibition, that was the contribution by her, Hanne Darboven had already participated in major exhibitions during her years in New York that brought art into play in this processual form and as a medium of communication and information, and precisely not as a representation of reality or inner sensitivities. Noteworthy are the numbers exhibitions curated by Lucy Lippert, such as Number 7 at the Paula Cooper Gallery in New York in May 1969, and 500,057.87, which was shown in Seattle in 1969 and subsequently in Vancouver under the title 955,000. These exhibitions made this trend in art visible and open to discussion. Furthermore, the artist's works were shown in the exhibitions Language 2, 1968, and Language 3, 1969, part of the 4 language shows realized by the Dwan Gallery, and in 1970, Darboven participated in the exhibition Information, curated by Kirsty McShine at the Museum of Modern Art. With the exhibition and the works of 150 artists, McShine addressed the issue of informing society through mass media, television, cinema, newspaper, magazines, and communication technologies, satellites, telegrams, telex. He used it to reinforce his thesis that the artist is confronted with the question, quote, to what he can do with contemporary media that reach many more people than the art gallery. From this point of view, the changed representation and what art can achieve in an information society is the new challenge for contemporary art. Artists are called upon, quote, to think of concepts that are broader and more cerebral than the expected product of a studio. McShine goes on to note that given the mobility and constant change of our times, there is a growing interest in the exchange of ideas rather than the production of objects. The viewing of words, diagrams, and words in lists and in folders thus dominated numerous exhibitions in the late 1960s and changed the behavior of visitors. It is noteworthy that, unlike some of her artist friends such as Karl André, Lawrence Wiener, and Mel Bochner, Hanne Darboven did not limit herself to the visual, aesthetic, spatial, and poetic dimension of numbers and words. She began to copy already published texts, as in the 1979 work Sand. Using her system, she intertwined world history, biographical, and political elements, thus moving toward communication and autobiography. With this approach of intertwining the self, system, and cultural history, Darboven pursued an artistic practice that fundamentally questioned the understanding of art and subject. It was not until the 1990s, in the wake of post-structuralist debates, that arrived in Germany or in German-speaking countries via the US detour of cultural studies, that the critical dimensions of Darboven's system became legible, for example, in historiography. The system weaving and constellating. As Bridget Doherty has outlined, Hanne Darboven sought, quote, in the wake of minimalism to find a form other than painting or sculpture in which her art might speak a public language. Writing and what conceptual art referred to as theoretical art became fundamental to her in this search. In the context of debates about art as a medium of communication and information, she developed a practice that intertwines production and representation, intertwines the sequential nature of writing with the spatial structure of the image media and the exhibited objects, and thus provokes new ways of seeing and reading images, material culture, and writing. Like conceptual artists who did not focus on the sensory appearance of works, Darboven was concerned with exploring the potentialities of her system. As Wedewer emphasized, conceptual art, sketches are not, as in land art, for example, preparatory studies for yet-to-be-formed objects. Rather, they are models of communication, documentation, and information. By combining calendar drawings and transcription of text, Darboven engages with cultural, historical, and political themes, and thus with the social function of art, without endangering what she considers to be the necessary independence of art, which she clearly distinguishes from a representational function. Her goal is enlightenment, writes Ernst Busche, noting that the artist leaves us, I quote, so relentlessly sitting in her upper-class village school, because she believes in enlightenment, reason, and knowledge. This description associates the artist's encyclopedic writing with punishment, which seems to have been common in the reception of her work in the 1980s. Her knowledge, conviction of, and trust in enlightenment and reason were read by some as dry, austere, and even joyless. However, the artist's works contradict a naive trust that is exhausted in the belief in the autonomous subject of knowledge or history. The search for happiness, for the ideal society, the idea of freedom, or the equating of enlightenment with the theory of progress. What seems significant to me, therefore, is not only the knowledge that Darboven's work conveys, which corresponds to the canon of the upper-class European or German background of her time, but more importantly, how Darboven's school of seeing conveys knowledge, and that she is obviously concerned with knowledge in the plural. The writing that the artist practiced with discipline in the rhythm of an 8-hour day can be seen as an attitude of modernity. This attitude originated in the Enlightenment, as Michel Foucault showed in his examination of Immanuel Kant. Darboven writings repeat the modern claim of enlightenment under the condition of a crisis of the possibility of universal representation. To be modern, as Foucault puts it, is not to accept oneself as one is in the flow of passing moments. It is to make oneself the object of a complex and rigorous elaboration. Appropriately, Darboven does not offer a singular worldview, she informs worldviews. Writing as an autofictional intra-action. Art historian Gregor Stemrich has shown that the American art debate since the 1930s has been dominated by a fear of mass culture. Art critics such as Clement Greenberg and Harold Rosenberg, as well as art historian Maya Shapiro, stylize the artist as, I quote Stemrich, the last guarantor of independent individuality. Artworks were invoked as the last handmade personal objects within our culture. The artists were supposed to counteract the regulating, typifying, and standardizing effects of serial mass production. The belief in the free, autonomous, and individually intentional subject articulated here was increasingly questioned in the 1960s. The crisis of the Cartesian subject was formulated by post-structuralist thinkers such as Roland Barthes, Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, or Helen Cixous. In his text, The Death of the Author, Roland Barthes liberates literature from the tyrannical restriction of the author, his person, his history, his taste, his passions. Creative power is traced in the communication media themselves, i.e., in the structural, material, and formal aspects of writing. It is often overlooked that Barth's text first appeared in English in the sophisticated Aspen magazine number 5 and 6 in 1967, a year before the publication of the French original. The art magazine presented various media in a box. It included Sir Lewitt's serial project number 1 ABCD, scores by John Cage, contributions by Morten Feldman and Susan Sontag, an excerpt from Alain Robbe-Gries's novel Jalousie, various recordings such as Naum Gaubo reading the Realistic Manifesto, which he published with his brother Antoine Pevsner in 1920, and Marcel Duchamp reading his text, The Creative Act. According to Barthes, the birth of the reader must be paid for with the death of the author. Beyond this subject-centered view, it is worth recalling Barth's theory to highlight its significance for the function and understanding of procedures, practices, and materials. The semiotician and literary theorist rejected biographism as a method in which the explanation of a text is centered on the author who created it. In an examination of texts by Stéphane Mallarmé, Marcel Proust, and Paul Valéry, among others, he reflected on poetic language as a meaning-creating material and as a sign of the death of the author. The writer only emerges in the text, not as a transcendent guarantor of meaning, but as a linguistic figure composed of quotations and discursive cultural practices. In contrast to the author, who is understood as the past of the own book, the concept of the modern writer does not reduce text or image to the mere communication of a prior intention or to the mere materialization of prior ideas. On the contrary, the writer embodies him or herself and the history in a process that today, according to the theories of new materialism, can be described as interactive. Physicist and feminist theorist Karen Barat emphatically includes the power of the material in her considerations. She develops an active understanding of materiality and processes of materialization. In her theory of embodiment, form, and content, discourse and matter not only interact, they interact. Boundaries, bodies, differences emerge in complex interrelationships from, I quote, particular entangled processes of materialization. Donna Haraway had argued similarly. According to her, materialization and meaning cannot be separated from one another. Rather, earthly existence is realized within multi-relational structures of semiotic material knots. In their performative relational approach, these posthuman conceptions are comparable to the model of informing as described by Dan Graham in his editorial to Aspen Magazine number 8 in 1971 and proposed by Jacques Derrida in a lecture in the 1960s. To quote Derrida, "Information does not inform merely by delivering an informational content, it gives form. And here he used the German words informiert, formiert zugleich, that means it informs and simultaneously forms. Darboven's embodied performative writing becomes evident in her quotational practice, which does not aim to represent the artist's individuality and yet produces singularity in relational processes. Her sheets do not satisfy the desire to trace the artist's self. The autopoetic words articulate an autobiography in relation to Darboven's bourgeois commercial background, to cultural history, especially German, European, and a conception shaped by the US art scene. Her carefully staged photographic self-portraits reflect this self-positioning. In the 1960s and 70s, we see the minimalist persona, but since the 1980s, the artist has shown herself surrounded by objects from her collection at her workplaces. Visually and textually, Darboven plays with the viewer's desire to see behind the mask. This tension is also evident in Kleine Selbstbiografie, small autobiography, and the text that can be read here is, I quote, "As I write this, I'm 27 years old, but I could also write 3 years or 50,000. These lines are not self-expressions in the strict sense. They are a transcription marked with quotation marks of a text by the writer Klabund. Darboven rejects a representation that aims at similarity in favor of situating herself in a US, American, artistic, and European bourgeois context. In a letter to her family from December 10th, 1967, Darboven writes, "No one knows me, nor my doing, acting passively with. With may sound contradictory, yet a kind of activity develops, which I don't know. Must I say it again, this somewhat hidden, ambivalent matter, my pleasure? With Judith Butler, the doing that develops an activity can be described with the subject constituting process of performativity and materialization, which are linked to repetitions. For Butler, citation is an act that gives the subject its existence. To cite means that a subject must repeat certain self-references to develop a certain identity and thus a form. The format of autofiction, autotheory, or the personal essay has been experiencing a renaissance in recent years with significant conceptual shifts. In the recent past, autotheory, autofiction became popular with Paul B. Preciado's Testo Junkie in 2013 and his film Orlando 2023, or Maggie Nelson's The Argonauts in 2015, for example. In the field of contemporary art, autotheoretical works became virulent with the rediscovery of texts by Chris Kraus and Kathy Ecker, among others. Autofictional or autotheoretical narrative forms should by no means be dismissed as a mere trend or a romanticized revival of a sovereign authorial subject. The I that writes itself in this autofictional format has never believed in the independent self. Autofiction is not about the creative power of a genius, but rather about representing different subjectivities that exist but are often excluded, marginalized, and not allowed along the lines of majority normative thinking. In the second part of my paper, I would like to discuss Darboven's constellating aesthetic practices from two perspectives. First, through her rigorous formalized method, which is similar to a programming language, and second, through the lens of an order of things, as characterized by Michel Foucault. In this framework, Darboven's practice constitutes not just an aesthetic system, but also a philosophical one, an ordering of knowledge, identity, and historical time. Weaving threads, coding. In 1972, art critic John Anthony Thwaites wrote about the artist's exhibition at the Westfälische Kunstverein Münster. I quote, "Hanne Darboven's art shows mutations Hanne Darboven's art shows mutations I'm not competent to analyze. In a world of computer and electronic art objects, she might well have a place. Otherwise, it is the danger she must face, her work could easily degenerate into a kind of higher knitting with the female quality of patience, detail, and not much else. A pioneer or a Penelope of the 20th century. This supposed attempt to enhance the value of Darboven's number system by referring to new computer technologies while at the same time discrediting the process as higher knitting overlooks the fact that Darboven's date system and Penelope's strategy do not follow the technique of knitting, but rather the art of weaving, which creates a hypertext, a network. Darboven did not design a linear structure, but rather wove together different threads. In 1996, Darboven revisited Thwaites' quote in Webstuhlarbeit, writing next to a picture of the loom she had said as a child, Am Burgberg, meiner Mutter, posthum a higher knitting Penelope. As early as 1990, she had stated in an interview, my work surely isn't incomprehensible manipulating the data in the sense of computer age. The artist's work seems, as Bridget Doherty noted, indeed mostly remote from our epoch of electronic data processing and computer-aided design. Nevertheless, her work has been repeatedly linked to the emerging cultural techniques of her time. According to Johannes Kladders, the swelling and subsiding of boxes, numbers, or word numbers literally reappears in Darboven's films after 6 books, as well as in computer graphics. However, Kladders makes a distinction in his introductory text to Darboven's solo exhibition mit 6 Filmprojektoren nach 6 Büchern in 1969. He writes, I quote, Darboven's work lie before the computer. They belong more to the programming office. A comparison of Darboven's work with computer technology at the level of programming is remarkable because it is less about data processing and computer-aided design than about the possibilities of the algorithm of Darboven's system. In this regard, it would be worthwhile to compare Darboven's practice with artistic works that reflect the constitutive role of women in the development of computer technologies. In the 1960s, women were often employed in the field of computer science. This was justified by their diligence, patience, and natural organizational talent, which was said to be like planning a dinner party. We could say, feminism loves another science. Berlin and Düsseldorf-based artist Katrin Meyer launched the website of her platform Coda in 2022, a research project that deals with feminist methods of coding and writing. The platform Coda sees itself as a historiography of programming, as l'écriture féminine, that means, according to Sissou, a writing through the body, and as an archive at the same time. The textual and visual contributions commissioned by the artist from France and her network reflect the potential inherent in the idea of the web and the politics of feminist writing. In Meyer's words, Coda embraces, I quote, polyphonic voices, intertextual appropriations, an interest in automatic writing, shared research instead of genius, translation processes, having an affinity for subjects that are not one, sociality, weaving, and networking skills, glitches, a topological notion of thinking and space, etc. Many of these characteristics resonate with Darboven's practice, not only in her interweaving of text, but also in her emphasis on materiality, repetition, and process over authorial expression. The platform connects lectures, articles, websites, and publications in the form of a link base to coding and writing, so that it writes rather than describes women's participation in the creation of the web. In this way, it locates its aesthetic and ethical claim historically in feminist writing styles and programming, which are simultaneously remembered through writing. Hanne Darboven's interweaving process, her experiments with numbers and writings make it clear, as Petra Lange-Berndt and Dietmar Rübe write, that she increasingly develops a kind of anti-hermeneutics. It is not the already known and normative knowledge that is confirmed. The constellating system of interweaving enables, to quote Lange-Berndt Rübe, an open dialogue between people and, on a more abstract level, between conventions and traditions of literature or historiography. Writing oriented toward normative categories, which submits to the social hierarchies of people, animals, and things, or the strict demarcation between social systems, such as the art world, family, and history, is rendered ineffective by Darboven's system. Darboven's artist house, overflowing with collected objects, is not a spatial biography in the usual sense. To interpret it as an eccentric reflection of a private self is to miss the point. The artist's house also informs a structure of space, time, and things. Lange-Berndt and Rübe recognize it as an experimental system. This is described by Hans-Jörg Reinberger as place of emergence, as structures we have devised to capture the inconceivable. Darboven's Experimentalsystem produces histories instead of illustrating existing knowledge. The Order of Things. In 1966, Michel Foucault's The Order of Things was published in France under the title Les mots et les choses. While we cannot assume that Hanne Darboven was familiar with this publication, referencing it is nevertheless illuminating. The English title, The Order of Things, and the German title, Die Ordnung der Dinge, correspond to the title Foucault had originally intended. However, the French title corresponds to what Foucault's book is about. In it, Foucault combines questions of the history of knowledge with questions of language analysis and aesthetics. Specifically, he examines the different ways in which words and things were connected in the Western history of knowledge from the 16th to the 20th century. He is concerned with the ways in which the sayable and the visible are connected. This was also a concern of Darboven. In a letter dated April 3rd, 1968, she writes to her parents about tidying up and clearing out her studio apartment in New York. I quote, "I find myself between things, material and immaterial, visible and invisible, tangible and intangible." Even if this statement refers specifically to the objects in Darboven's apartment, it also refers to her Zettelwirtschaft paper chaos, concrete to the lines, numbers, words, and her doing. In her early work, created in New York, Darboven executes connections between the sayable and the visible. She characterized the connections as a system that makes the function of the lines, numbers, and words legible, traceable, and predictable as designations, as she states in the same letter in which she notes, "One had to accept some kind of order, i.e. within my actions, my system, because everything is nothing, not everything." My lecture focuses on Darboven's system, the connection it makes possible, and the role of doing and writing in her work. I wanted to draw your attention to these structural elements and invite you to engage with the interwoven world that Darboven's aesthetic form opens up. Darboven's system is linked to processes and techniques of interruption, to leaps that allow us to leave the familiar behind in our thinking, to detach ourselves from constant progress, take detours, or even stray onto paths that are unfamiliar to us. In this sense, the artist wrote to her parents, "Make lots of sketches, move logically from one construction to the next, but in between, I also take leaps, that is, I abandon rigor for a while and experiment." The word heute, today, which can be read as a vanitas symbol and recurs in numerous works by Darboven, also refers to the viewer's present as a temporal index and marks the time of writing as lost. In this sense, Darboven's visualization practice raises the intangible demand for a representation of reality and the liveliness of a process, only to dismantle it at the same time. Her writing conveys itself as a de-representation. Darboven does not designate time, but records it in a performative manner. Various historical periods are evoked through the text quotations and, in accordance with the individually framed paginated sheets, placed in a linear sequence. The tableau-like hanging of the frames, which allows for different reading directions and even provokes relationships across frames through graphic similarities, evokes a spatial juxtaposition. Darboven's writing thus creates a space that does not prescribe a direction of reading, but rather presents itself as malleable and heterogeneous space open to diverse modes of reception and rejection, the authoritarian character of a predetermined interpretation. Methodologically, the repetitive constellative textual procedure inherently invites meaning to arise outside of what is already known. What's more, the staging of writing in Darboven's work ensures that language does not disappear into meaning. On the contrary, it reveals itself in its materiality and effective power and can become a medium of thought. If one opens oneself to this unfamiliarity, a modified grasp becomes possible, a meaning outside the familiar. In this sense, the exhibition becomes an experimental system, much like Darboven's studio. The spatial presentation, marked by simultaneity and juxtaposition, transforms seeing into a kind of art, or more precisely, a performative reading practice. The viewer is drawn into a process of seeing and reading at once, grounded in a specific spatio-temporal experience. Following Dan Graham, we might say the reading informs what is represented. The practice of writing reading in Darboven's work mirrors that of seeing reading. In other words, these practices are equally active on the production side and the reception side. I'm delighted that the Kunstverein Hamburg is going to transform.
Otis? Yeah, thank you very much. We have now the opportunity to open the floor for questions. Milan, you're already looking at me as if...
No, I was looking at the clock.
Okay, sorry.
Life world of this work and maybe the way that a reception of the work is changing. I think Kirsty and I, for example, come to this place and one of our main points of entry to the practice is the house. It might have been the same for you, but your reading is not so strongly biographical. It's about the staging, it's about a kind of the artifice of identity also. How do you think of that paradigm and perhaps the ways it's changed? Sometimes we move to more authentic readings of who people are. Sometimes we move away from them. And where would you place your own experience of Hanne in relationship to your reading of the work?
Yeah, I think at the beginning, of course, I think more really go into the structure. And but like I tried to show here, it's not that you can separate it in this way to say, okay, there is this systematical work of her, and then there is this biography, and to make it in a way cute, and we can really go behind the mask. For me, it's really how she works, and that I understand it very much from this performative way, and that means at the same time I never will get her, but I always create her. And yeah, and I think because of that, there is a change in the reception, right? It's more the interest now on her things and her autobiography, but I think it's there from the beginning. but we didn't see it, because then we said, okay, even we could say, okay, it's a strange person, and but then we try to go to the structure, and I think there's a really it's intertwined.
Any further questions? Yes, I'm coming.
I will try to formulate, and I think this is it's a very good page, Bismarck-Zeit, if work and novels, I remain bourgeois. And my question is, it touches exactly that point in relation to her method of editions. And I would like you, I think it's your expertise, and I would like your a comment about the fact that although it's part of the art market to make editions, whatever, they are usually very reduced.
Mm-hmm.
And Wouter Koenig mentions somewhere in an interview about her that she always pushed it to make, for example, this work is pretty big, but Kulturgeschichte, Welttheater, anyway, you name it, there's so many works that have been made in quite large editions, which is, I think it's very much of the time, I would say, but also it touches very interesting questions about value structure in the art world. So if you could comment on that.
About
I'm
the
very curious
editions,
about
why she did it.
Well, and also how do you see it? Because I think it's very different from other practices, and because it's very much based on the book, and that the work should be maybe accessible to a larger number of people, or as Paula pointed before, Schreibzeit is addressed to everyone. So there is this is a very intense, I think, part of her work, and it touches directly the information point.
I meant,
So that's why I'm curious about your take on it.
That was also a discussion in the 60s to make artwork more accessible, and because of that the interest in edition were very obvious there. And she said once to me that she wasn't interested in the catalogs which are showing installation views, and she was always interested to give access to the works, and she chose some of her papers and reproduced that in the editions. And it's really like that if you have the catalog, okay, it's not the whole, but the more expensive editions it's the whole, but the smaller editions it's not the whole. But anyway you get an access, and you can go and read it, and then you can really get the structure of her work because of that. And I think that was very much important for her to make it accessible in this way. Is that more?
Okay, if there are... Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll try to synthesize my thoughts into a question. You made this reference to autofiction and to the Argonauts and to Chris Kraus and this trend, and I wonder if you could put some more words to that, because for me those practices are so much about the body and so intimate, and kind of coming out of this idea of confessional literature and the minor or something, whereas and this quote about that autofiction is not about the creative power of the genius, but kind of this like highly subjective place. But to me, Hanne Darboven's work actually does seem to be somehow about genius, or it has this incredible sort of grandeur that to capture a whole century, or there's something to me that's just very different from this kind of feminist approach, which we also heard in the previous lecture, that it's more of a kind of public language, or it disguises itself as a public language, which then can't actually really be deciphered.
But don't you think for me the feminist language in her work is really this part of interweaving something? And if you go to Chris Kraus' text, I Love Dick, it's also about how you fictionalize something and create something, and I think she's also doing and fictionalizing all her stuff. And here I see the connections between the autofictional, and it's not that we can go behind the mask and see her. And I think it's really more this interweaving structure she's using to create her works, and with her work and with her writing, her persona.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no more questions, we'll do a 10-minute break now and then continue with Sam's presentation. And I would just like to remind you, if you still haven't had a tour through the house, please contact me. Elke Bippus was kind enough to offer tours later on as well. We'll try to make it possible for everyone. Unfortunately, some of you have seen the house already. The space is very limited, so we'll try to make it possible, but please be patient. Thank you very much. See you in a minute.
nearing the end of the day. This will be our last lecture, and then we'll continue into the evening program and hope that the weather holds. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Sam Lewitt, who's an artist based in Berlin. Recent solo exhibitions of his include at Miguel Abreu Gallery, Galerie Buchholz, Z33 House of Contemporary Art, Swiss Institute in New York, Kunsthalle Basel, CCA Waters Institute of Contemporary Art in San Francisco. His work has also been featured in major group exhibitions such as the Dunkirk Triennial of Contemporary Art and Industry at MoMA, New York, Centre Pompidou, the 57th Venice Biennial at the Vienna Secession, Kunsthalle Bergen, and the 2012 Whitney Biennial, amongst others. For his lecture, As Ever, Nitrates and Navigation, Hanne Darboven's house marks a point on the map in Harburg, a borough of the Hanseatic city of Hamburg. This lecture takes its cue from the administrative templates, calendrical structures, and grid systems that define Darboven's work, treating these forms as models for the directional flow of writing. In turn, these flows index the movement of objects through networks of trade, exploitation, and accumulation. The aim is to magnetize the location of Darboven's house as though it were a compass, guiding us through the administrative rationality of mercantile culture, the material history of salpeter extraction that shaped the region's cycles of wealth, and the municipal architecture and urban planning that at once glorify and mystify this legacy. Welcome, Sam.
Well, thank you, Milan. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone at the Kunstverein, especially Milan, for inviting me, and also everyone at the Hanne Darboven Stiftung. It's really terrific to be able to walk into this house finally after wondering for so many years what it was like, and I'm very glad that this will continue as a collaboration in some form. I also want to thank all of my co-presenters. I feel like I've learned a tremendous amount today, and I hope that I can follow in some appropriate manner. I just want to clarify that I'm approaching Darboven's work as an artist and not a historian or a writer. This means that I don't necessarily feel the pressure to get it right. Rather, I'm more curious about how Darboven's work comes into contact with other kinds of aesthetic, historical, and critical forms that may be anachronistic or somehow inappropriate to her work in a strict sense, although I hope not too inappropriate. Lucky for me, Darboven's work has and continues to provide a very demanding and a very rich resource, as obviously it has for many people here, which is indexed in how many people are actually here. So anyhow, I hope I can do it justice in some particular way. So we'll start with this. There's a letter, a gift from Lawrence Weiner to Darboven, which hangs alongside a small collection of epistolary objects from Weiner in the house. It reads, "Dear Hanne, as ever, caught between ships, passing in the night, Lawrence." 13 years before the arrival of this letter in 1986, in the opening pages of her work, Evolution Leibniz, Darboven uses a similar set phrase. She writes, "And no more words, a day's accounting, and still one world, und noch eine Welt." There's nothing remarkable about either of these idiomatic expressions, as ever and still. Taken together, however, and in the direct geographical and historical context of Darboven's house, something interesting happens. This is notwithstanding references to nautical cliches in Weiner's letter, his ships in the night, and the global contours of Darboven's invocation of a numerically encompassed world, a day's accounting, and still one world. As ever and still function as adverbs. Each modifies an implied verb or state of being. In each case, this state is an expression of continuity or consistency. Something persists. Friendship and calculation, belonging and absence, the foreclosure of speech. Grammatically the same then, yet we arrive relatively fast at the possible differentiation of semantic moods between the two. And here's an image of some of the pages from Evolution Leibniz. Wiener's as ever is a euphemism indexing a persistent duration which coheres through time. Here the subject is an affirmation of something negative, a missed encounter, figured with appropriate maritime reference. Darboven, for her part, indicates a more encompassing terrain for this constancy, and still one world is an evocation of spatial unity. Despite Darboven's Eliadic tone, a tone that runs throughout a lot of the work, all of the work really, I read a kind of insistent surprise, approximating what in grammar is called a modal particle, more a responsive intonation of but yes, more a doch than a noch, than an authoritative nonetheless. What of this surprise that the world hangs together, or the constancy that inheres in the missed encounter? What have they to do with this house? What this house holds is heterogeneous, mercurial, assembled into discrete tableaux, bridged by moments of lesser organizational structure. In each case, its contents are bound without the tight stitching that sutures our focus to its microcosms by way of a foregrounded type of object, although it must be admitted that children's toys have a certain outsized presence. And here, Kirsty, I took the same picture, but I think yours is better than mine. The choice to hang work on the ceiling is particularly interesting, as if to impose a global matrix from above, which at once gathers and throws into relief the explosion of representational structures below. This house, I want to claim, does not contain a collection. Instead, collections emerge from it into Darboven's work, where they are supertitled and integrated, mapped to a thematic subject. The house is a site of navigation and preservation, and I'll return to these terms in what follows. Here's more Evolution Leibniz. This perhaps answers for my sense that there's an adverbial quality even of the objects pulled, presented, often produced on her direct instruction for various works, such as the white horse that Kirsty showed, or this strange approximation of a dinosaur. Let's see. Oh, I missed the dinosaur. There it is. Okay, about 9 years ago, I gave a talk as part of Dia's Artist on Artist series dealing with Darboven's Kulturgeschichte 1880 to 1983. I argued there, among other things, that her work stages a deconditioning of part-whole relationships. It unsettles distinctions between viewing and reading. The systematic nature of her writings is always in tension with the particularity of the materials that she collects. Even as graphic details are absorbed into her grids, they resist full subsumption in presence of deviations and lacuna, shifts in visual register and jumps in subject matter. The details articulate the very texture of the grid while striking out against its order. This very quickly imposes a sort of ethico-political dimension on the purely logical problem of part-whole relations, the latter of which is termed mereology in the language of formal logic. To comprehend the question of parthood as an expression of the status of individual autonomy and the experience of social heteronomy, understands logic, formal logic that is, not only as a method of cognition, which is indispensable for sure, but also potentially a form of social domination. On this account, the formal categories of reason do not simply take on the attitude of historical names, standards, structures of power, and suppositions about free action as examples of purely logical structures. It is rather those social categories themselves which are discretized as ideal units that turn back on thought, giving it a false unity. Having lost its integral link to social action, this instrumental rationality becomes an abstract tool for the administration of people. In the talk focusing on Kulturgeschichte, I focused on Darboven's enactment of an unresolved tension in the power of representational systems to organize and govern their material. This comes down to defining a nexus of mediating moments between part and whole, of which the administrative grid, the calendar, these sorts of things are examples. In this talk, I want to replace the philosophical language of mediation with that of infrastructure. The mapping logics, transit systems, urban planning, the material vectors that coalesce into addressable information that move from climatic measurement to the app I used to hail a taxi here. These infrastructures operate, indeed, in terms of a gridded lattice of maps run by computational systems. They exist to assign an address. In this, I'm not going to go into any real depth about any specific work by Darboven. I prefer to take this occasion to speak about her formal structuration in those grids, those matrices, those accounting systems, and I want to do so from a geographic perspective. While Darboven's work utilizes the type of international standards of graphic order on the scale of the hand, I would like to try an experiment in the following. To dilate the lens and view these formations from the graphic space of cartography. After this, the depth of field will close again to focus on this particular region on the global map, to discuss Hanseatic navigational and financial infrastructure, and maybe its relationship to the present, its mark on this city, and its relationship to this address. This cartographic perspective is not foreign to Darboven. In 1986, incredibly, the same year that she produced Evolution Leibniz, she also made Erdkunde 1, 2, 3. This work consists of over 700 wall-hanging panels. Each comprises 4 collage sheets of calendar pages, articles, drawings, and photographs, as well as 10 freestanding wooden classroom displays. The composition is divided into 3 parts that are structured by indices. There are always indices in these large-scale works. The index panels of the first part of the installation present black and white photographs of this house and her studio. Visible within the photographs are rolled and unrolled educational maps among her other items, including a bust of Alexander von Humboldt, the 18th century pioneer of empirical geography. Further index pages include transcriptions from the Brockhaus Encyclopedia derived from the entries for Erde and Erdkunde. The work also contains installation shots of Kulturgeschichte displayed at the Musée de la Vie de Paris in 1985, as well as collage notes on the work's structure and folkloric illustrations of global technological achievements that are fixed on display boards. A typical montage of isolated fragments then, indicating encyclopedic objectivity and autobiography commingle in Erdkunde 1, 2, 3, abruptly soldering together logics of ordering and documenting cartographic scales. What we are confronted with here is a scientific worldview presented without necessary rational order. Geography becomes in some sense not a discipline whose order of representation guides conventions of literacy for the retrieval of location. Rather, we confront a representational field whose order shifts between registers of perception that recall more the necessary adjustment of legibility between the content of a map and perhaps the obsolete allegorical figures that used to decorate them. So what of this formation of the map as an infrastructure of graphic literacy? And now I'm going to refer to the most unsympathetic intellectual referred to today, and perhaps one of the most unsympathetic intellectuals of the 20th century, and I hope that it becomes clear why I'm talking about him. So there we go. Let's stick with that. In the Nomos of the Earth, Carl Schmitt argues that the scientific worldview, which mapped the globe with its smooth navigational geometries of meridians and parallels, at the same time propelled the appropriation of the Earth's surface. Schmitt uses nomos, a term he traces to the Greek for law and distribution, to mean the foundational act of taking and ordering space, which underlies the emergent modern legal order. In this brutal picture, every significant epoch in world history begins with Landnahme, a land appropriation, that divides and allocates territory, thereby creating a new nomos, or spatial order. The discovery of the New World in 1492, for example, precipitated a revolutionary reordering of global space. European powers, by taking vast overseas lands, established an international juridical technics, Jus Publicum Europaeum, grounded in a global spatial division under European domination. In this intensely geopolitical picture, the first truly global legal order is forged when European colonial powers partitioned the non-European world among themselves. And crucially, this nomos was not just about asserting power. It was literally about inscribing that power onto the map of the world through graphic systems, inscribing lines and grids, orthogonal geometries, and axial divisions, which had the epistemic impact of fundamentally reordering the concept of space itself. Space was now addressed to appropriation and the so-called primitive accumulation of resources. While Darboven does not, indeed would never, focus on either the legal structures, let alone the historico-juridical critique implied in this story about the violent distribution of the globe, it does answer for something that is fully on display in the work, I think. It tells us about the formation of the abstract linearity and scalability of the map and its graphic organization, which she recurrently focuses on, with its coordination of orthogonally organized space, as if that method of representing space was neutral, natural, and objective. This nomos is a spatial logic that delineates martial territories, spheres of influence, and zones of control. Cartographically, nomoi are visible in borders, colored regions, cadastral grids. All the graphic devices that imply authority and ownership carved by the graphicules of map making. Graphicules is a horrible English word, which essentially just means like the graphic artifacts that go into dividing the maps and globes. It is space as governed, in distinction to the anomy of lawless seas, by the decree of sovereign administration and enclosure. Perhaps Darboven's shifting lines and scales of legibility introduce us to something different, not the graphic implications of a nomos of the earth, but something like a dromos of the map. Dromos, meaning road, path, or race, implies motion and traversal as opposed to enclosure and settlement. It presupposes a straight navigational trajectory, not as something taken or possessed, but as something crossed. It indexes the infrastructure of movement, vectors rather than enclosures, lines that carve areas rather than the areas themselves. Dromos signifies spatial experience as navigation, the condition of being en route. Darboven's dromos are expressed in writing as a crossing of the page with asemic script, a directional movement across the grid rather than a static dwelling within its governing terms. She articulates a fundamental tension within the map as a diagram of order and as a record of movement. Nomos marks where authority settles. Dromos marks how life passes through. Nomos draws the map. Dromos crosses it. Whether nomos or dromos, we are still in the political space of what Schmidt terms global linear thinking, which is in need of some unpacking. The political space of a globe sliced up with coordinates can only exist in the form of a map. The graphic artifact is the reality of the abstract apportionment of its terrain. Colonial treaties routinely used straight lines to divide land. A prime example was something like this from the Treaty of Tordesillas from 1494, which split the non-European world between Spain and Portugal by an imaginary, entirely factitious north-south meridian. For the first time, territory lost any orographic specificity. These geometric boundaries ignored the lived geographies of language, ethnicity, and ecology. Rather, straight linearity cuts across a newly graphic space, apportioning unknown continents sight unseen. Schmidt highlights this raya, this line here, which is the zone of demarcation, as an absolute technical innovation, linking space and law at one and the same time. A purely geometric boundary coordinates terrestrial relations via the abstraction of a divisible grid, as opposed to an autochthonous lived relation to territory and resources. The shifting linear morphology of the map started increasingly to serve as a performative tool from this point on. It actively produced the space that it described. That's a sort of a baseline definition of performativity. The act of mapping enacted ownership. Following this precedent, European powers increasingly relied on cartographic grids and lines to order the globe and apportion its interterritorial relations on increasingly fine-grained levels. By the 16th and 17th centuries, world maps, such as those by Mercator, featured the full lattice of meridians and parallels at the high point of mercantile capitalism. Navigators and treaty makers could now stake their claim by simple reference to latitude and longitude. A critical distinction emerged between land and sea. Land territory became enclosed by treaty borders, while the open oceans were declared free for navigation. This freedom meant an absence of law, an anomie beyond the recognized lines. These so-called amity lines were agreements that European law would cease to hold beyond certain longitudinal slices, for instance, west of the Canary Island meridians, effectively sanctioning unrestricted conflict and conquest. The phrase, "no peace beyond the line," captured this mindset. Christian powers might observe legal norms when dealing with each other in Europe, but outside of those lines, in the vast terra incognita of the so-called global South and West, might makes right. The rise of global mapping, in other words, the cartographic revolution, went hand in hand with a Eurocentric partitioning of the world. Overlaying a grid on the earth was directly developed as a tool for colonizers to divide entire continents as if slicing up a checkerboard, reinforcing their imperial nomos through cartographic claim. Orientation, therefore, carried special ideological weight. The choice to place north at the top of maps, standardized in Europe during the so-called Age of Discovery, is a prime example. It corresponded with maritime power and placed Europe at the center and the top. The Mercator projection, referred to above, exaggerated this effect, enlarging Europe and minimizing the equator. Greenland appears the same size as Africa, despite being 14 times smaller. Direction becomes power. North is central, south becomes peripheral. Similarly, East and West become loaded categories. Europe defined itself as the Occident against an Oriental East. Oriental, obviously coming from Orient, because it used to be at the top of the map, centered on Jerusalem. These cardinal divisions were imperial fictions constructed by a political order that relied on papal bull and civilizing conquest. The naming of the Middle East, or Far East, reflects this perspective. As Medina Tolostanova notes, the north-south divide we so often hear about repackages the same logic as the old east-west divide, which we also hear a lot about. What she calls Australism is akin to Orientalism on the map's opposing axis today. This Vischer map from 1652 shows how cardinal direction was entwined with imperial ideology. The placement of Europe in the upper left, the most privileged spot, as if the headline of the page, and the positioning of Africa and America at the bottom serve as a striking illustration of the 17th century worldview. Here, north-south divide was already implied, long before those terms were formally used. I'm taking this from Tolostanova. The north, top orientation, and Europe, and the northern top orientation and Eurocentric layout literally put Europe above the rest. By the same token, Asia, which at the time was considered the civilized East, appears in the upper right, second in rank, while the southern continents, home to peoples Europeans viewed as savages and unchristian, occupy the lower, lesser positions. In maps like this, geography and cosmography blended with ideology. The cartouches and compass roses did more than decorate, they communicated the nomos by which cardinal direction shaped the relative legal stability of identity and authority. Okay, that's heavy stuff. And here's this nice mariner here that we can look at for a second. This concept of spatial nomos, the ordering and partitioning of space, goes not only to the era of mercantile interstate conflict and imperial conquest, but also to the emergence of more abstract systems of global economic control. To put it crudely, the shift from the mailed fist of military power to the enforceability of legal dictates marked the rise of what Max Weber called rational bourgeois capitalism. This economic system is defined by, and this is Weber, the systematic acquisition of profit by means of continuous rational enterprise, end quote. In this context, the Hanseatic cities, such as this one, emerged not as imperial capitals, but as nodal points in a globally dispersed regime of extraction, finance, and trade. Their mercantile operations displaced the spectacle of conquest, with an infrastructural logic of administrative control rooted in maritime logistics, legal contracts, and commodity flows. This aligns with Robert Brenner's account of merchant capitalism, though he develops his account in the context of early modern England, where he argues that merchants were enriched through the commercial expansion of circuits of exchange rather than transforming the underlying relations of production, which remain largely pre-capitalist. Hanseatic trade did not repudiate colonial rule, rather it updated its mechanisms, turning spatial order into calculable risk and conquest into commodity exchange and production and exchange. Mostly commodity exchange. Hamburg has, of course, a special place on this map. This city was, sorry if this sounds like the information panel at a maritime museum or something like that, but it is going somewhere. This city was a central hub in the expansion of decentralized networks of trade, finance, and resource extraction that characterized the Hanseatic system of contract distribution and logistical innovation. And if anyone is interested in this topic, I learned so much from Philipp Dollinger's book, The German Hansa, which I basically, all of this is condensed from. Yes, this is not Hamburg. This is Lübeck, but it's so nice. It's such these nice little guys here. Okay, so central to this expansion was Hamburg's involvement in the saltpeter, in the nitrate trade that developed in the wake of the War of the Pacific, which ended in 1883. In this conflict, Chile seized nitrate-rich territories from Peru and Bolivia, gaining control over the vast deposits of sodium nitrate in the Atacama Desert. And it's interesting to note that the Atacama Desert is still the site of massive conflict over resource extraction having to do with the lithium pools that are at once necessary for the production of batteries and environmentally devastating in the form of ecosystem, in the form of ecology. So while the Chilean state at the time oversaw territorial integration, it was mostly Hamburg merchant houses that capitalized on the economic opportunities this shift afforded. These firms quickly positioned themselves as indispensable intermediaries in the global nitrate economy in financing extraction, transport, and distribution of nitrate products. Originally used as a potent fertilizer in European agriculture and an alimentary preservative, nitrates would soon become essential in explosives production, which was very important for World War I. From soil and sausages to shrapnel, linking the desert mines of northern Chile to both the food supply chains and military-industrial complexes of Europe. Hanseatic companies established complex logistical and financial infrastructures that connected extraction sites directly to European markets via transatlantic shipping networks, insurance instruments, and commercial treaties. This expansion was not built on sovereignty, but on precision. Legal agreements, port infrastructures, shipping alliances, and commodity markets came to substitute for armies. This required just global maps, but new media for filling forms and filing them, for recording and retrieving records. This is where the administrative grid and the file as physical record really takes off as a civic rather than a strictly courtly information architecture. Weber's emphasis on the generalization of calculability for the emergence of the so-called spirit of capitalism receives its informatic profile here. This required that legal and administrative authority be co-constituted with the media infrastructure that manages its registers, administrative orderings, manifests, customs ledgers, and municipal archive grids. The documentary power of these media is simultaneously their ability to generalize the legal conditions for capital as a new system of wealth accumulation. Everyone now needs a file. This gives personhood, in the words of Cornelia Wisman, the spirit of officialdom. Hanseatic economic dominance in the nitrate industry was underpinned by significant advancements in navigational technology, which charged the administrative precision of files with geo-economic power. Hamburg-based shipping companies utilized machine chronometers, and there's one right there in the house. There's a lot. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of maritime stuff in the house. Highly precise timekeeping devices developed in the early 18th century to calculate longitudinal accuracy, and then eventually in the 19th century allowing local time at sea to be set to Greenwich Mean Time. The quadrant, oh no, that's not a quadrant. The quadrant, which I didn't find in the house, a legacy of the late medieval era, enhanced the precision of latitude measurements through celestial navigation, while dead reckoning, improved by sandglasses and carefully maintained logbooks, increased the accuracy and safety of long-distance voyages. These technological tools allowed Hanseatic firms to develop reproducible and efficient trade routes, linking the nitrate-rich coasts of northern Chile with the European markets. Okay, so Hamburg's commercial strength was grounded in sinking costs into technical and administrative infrastructure, which deepened epistemic mastery over space and time. To speak of Hanseatic navigational prowess is thus to speak of an entire media ecosystem, one that archived, transmitted, and deployed knowledge as part of an emergent capitalist logic of accumulation. The superior spatial rationality of the system gave Hamburg-based firms a competitive advantage in the nitrate economy, aligning their logistical mastery with emergent global mechanisms of global capital circulation. Indeed, the sophistication of this navigational infrastructure by the time of the 19th century was complemented by a previously developed ensemble of financial instruments which made investment in this infrastructure profitable. Merchant credit systems, commercial treaties, and joint shipping consortia positioned the Hanseatic League, much, much earlier, as a formation of pre-industrial finance capital. And here's a nice tableau of Schenker shipping invoices, which I thought was appropriate. Giovanni Arrighi's analysis in the long 20th century of the Genoese financial system as a prototype for the circulation logic of modern capitalism finds an approximate analog in the Hanseatic model. Like the Genoese, Hanseatic merchants leveraged dispersed networks of trade and credit, of legal authority, rather than relying on formal imperial power. So-called Wechselbriefe, bills of exchange, are a specific example of the increasing dispersal allowed by credit instruments on the way to modern paper currency markets. These enabled long-distance trade without the need to transport large sums of coin. Merchants could issue or receive these credit instruments at key Hanseatic cities like Lübeck or Bruges, redeemable at specified dates and places. This deferral of payment as paper promissory worked as a legally enforceable index of creditworthiness, which depended largely on guild affiliation. These mechanisms allowed for the fluid circulation of an increasingly generalized form of abstract value across Northern Europe and the Baltic. So this escalation of abstraction did not only grease the wheels of interstate commerce with novel navigational infrastructure and forms to be filled out of accounting systems. It also docks back at home port, where the merchant mariner digs in with his capital and erects a monument to himself. Even someone with no foreknowledge probably would not express surprise that the Chile house, designed by Fritz Höger in 1924, was built with the profits from the Chilean nitrate trade. It is no revelation to note that it glorifies the material outcome of a vast and asymmetrical system of extraction and accumulation. All this is written on its face, with its angular prow echoing the hull of a ship, directly depicting the marine infrastructures that connected the mineral-rich Atacama to the commercial arteries of Hamburg. The Chile house, often celebrated for its sculptural form and refined brick expressionism, cannot be fully understood outside of the structural logic of Hamburg's port system, which, following Manfredo Tafuri's critique of Fritz Schumacher's original plan for the city, functions as the really determining factor for its modern form. The port was the engine of capitalist urbanism. The city, a machine planned for surplus value extraction. This, for Tafuri, positioned port infrastructure as the script from which the spatial grammar of the city is written through logistics, circulation, and labor hierarchies. Urban planners like Schumacher did not plan on, this is Tafuri's account, in opposition to the heteronomies of market competition, but rather to accommodate it with an aesthetic organicist finery, rationalizing space to serve capital imperatives in the integrated zoning of warehouses, custom stations, worker housing, and transport corridors. Civic ideals of harmony and order are rendered in an expressionist facade, concealing the deeper logic of capital accumulation that animated the city's expansion. And I hope it's clear that I'm not ad hoc brutally criticizing the layout of Hamburg, a city that I think is very beautiful and that I love, or the Chile house, a building that I love very much. This is just about the sort of limits of the aestheticization of form in contrast to the sort of the capital logic of urban planning and the development of city infrastructure. So it's about limits, not about saying it's all bad for some reason, which is not at all what I'm saying. Okay. So within this framework, the Chile house is an almost quaint theater of ideology. Its expressive massing, dramatic angles, and meticulous craftsmanship straightforwardly aestheticize the brutality of the extractive history it glorifies. From its fixed port of call, its form facilitates an optical ascent. This is at least my experience of the building. The eye is sort of orchestrated upwards across its prow, expressed in the 4.8 million clinker bricks arrayed in a grid across its reinforced concrete structure, imposing a vertical rhythm to its stepped setbacks and ornamental maritime references. As a work of architectural spectacle, it contributes to a visual regime that both admits and mystifies its conditions of representation. By this I mean that it substitutes aesthetic continuity and symbolic unity for social reconciliation. The false harmony of the plan in a social order structured by the opposition of class interests, the aesthetic expressive unity of a monument on the city map that represents plunder by contract and credit. Behind both lies a persistent technicist illusion, to cite Tafuri once more. The belief that spatial organization alone can resolve social contradictions of industrial capitalism. We have been discussing the media of early market creation as a continuance by other means of imperial expansion. However, even an urban scene as conscientiously and humanely planned as Hamburg's, from its origins to its present most progressive renewal efforts, are structured by compulsory strategies of spatial control, aligning everyday life with the rhythms of production. In Schumacher's case, and those of service consumption and real estate speculation in the present. In this light, the Chalet House is less a building than an ornamental cartouche on the map of the city, an instrument for reading the spatial grammar of ongoing administrative, technological, and juridical systems that underwrite the movement of resources across continents. It indexes a world where space is not merely occupied, but measured, gridded, and partitioned according to the demands of circulation. This monument finds a strange double, I think, in the domestic architecture of Darboven's house, where a different kind of spatial logic is at play. Objects do not settle into fixed roles here, but instead modify the flow of attention, interrupting successive perceptual experience with unexpected detours, peripheral stains, and the crystallization of tableaux that at times barely hang together. As an environment, it is distracting without being misleading. And still one world, but not a reconciled one. Wiener concurs, as ever. After all, he offers that he and Hanne, we suppose, are not situated by the exact English euphemism of ships passing in the night, but are instead in a position, quote, caught between ships passing, end quote. Global linear thinking makes this position compulsory in a world held together less by dreams of shared meaning than by shared capture by logistics. In this sense, Darboven's dromos traverse and enact this system without simply reproducing it. Through accumulation, through the overcoding of signifying practices with homogeneous grids that still never fully totalize what they touch. The question then is not simply how maps represent the world, but how they make them. Not how buildings organize space, but how they betray the systems they serve. Darboven's practice has no words to offer about this, but the tools for encompassing these questions are undoubtedly there. How to think from within the grid without being bound by it. How to navigate this particular world mapped onto the globe whose closed unity appears on condition of being irretrievably divided. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much for this final presentation of today. We now have the opportunity, if there's still energy left, to ask some questions. Maybe we can open up the window again, the door, or...
I think maybe a drink is in order.
Yeah, I mean, if you're also available later on for questions and when we're having a drink, but let's wait for a moment maybe. Yes, of course.
Thank you for that super rich and fascinating and eloquent talk. I really enjoyed it. And it's kind of spinning around my head. I don't have a question. I just want you to repeat a phrase that you said about the relation between the house and the contents. And you said something like, it's not a container of them.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
I love that, but I can't remember exactly
I
what
mean,
it
I
was.
guess I was saying, I don't really consider it a collection in a strict sense.
Yeah.
It's rather like this place that collections emerge from. So it doesn't have, I don't, or at least that's how I want to think about it, I should say, is that it sort of forgoes the structural hierarchies of object type that go into building a collection, right? It's not one particular object above others. It's an amassing of things that then emerge as these sort of closed collections and tableaus in a particular work. In a way, it's like the, Leibniz or Quartet 88 or Kulturgeschichte. They, these names, these titles, they give the collection its texture as a collection. The rest is something far more interesting to me, and far less bound up with what I think of as the sort of logic of a collection, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a really useful way to express it and look at it. That's why thank you for repeating it.
Yeah, thank you.
I think, okay.
Excuse me, didn't she reference her father at the beginning as a collector also?
Yeah.
Do we know what the father collected?
No, it's a great question, though. His name was Caesar. What a name.
Maybe his are all the heads.
Kaiser.
Maybe his are the heads of poets, statesmen, and Beethoven.
Maybe. Yeah. I wonder.
Thank you again. We now have a small intermission until 7 o'clock when dinner will be served. Elke Bippus, if you're available for a tour now, Anne, please join me then as well. And if Agatha Klaus is already here, I'm not sure, I haven't seen her yet, please contact me. Otherwise, thank you very much. Milan, I give the word to you.
Thank you. So the night isn't over, the day isn't over, although it's been rich already. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the speakers. Some of you were able to participate with very short notice, which I really appreciate, and I'm incredibly grateful for. Also, I hope that next year we'll be able to do a round 2 of the symposium. It seems like there are more questions. Maybe there are some that might return. Maybe new speakers will also enter the foray. But it seems like there's an urgent need to address this house, but also to think of it in terms of changing times and a changing zeitgeist around Hanne Darboven's Erbe. I would also like to thank the Hanne Darboven Stiftung. I'd like to thank the Kunstverein team, Galerie Sputmagas. Thanks also to you, Philips Auctioneers, Donkey, and the Behörde für Kultur und Medien Hamburg. The rest of the night is outside. If you'd like to take your things out with you, you can deposit them in the kitchen if you want, or in the hallway, but we'll be closing off the building here to protect these beautiful hardwood floors. There's going to be food outside from 7 on. There will be music and a concert with New York at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much for being here with us today.